right, howdy folks, welcome back. I'm going to cut the intro short here and just get to business. Welcome back. I told you I would be back. So here we are, May the 3rd, 2024. Tomorrow will be May the 4th be with you. But here we are, May 3rd. Here's our loop playing. You can, well, let your eyes kind of take a peek at what you see there. Let your trained eyes kind of see what you see before I start pointing stuff out, okay? So there's our activity for today. Note some of the activity right here coming out of our Spire region. This stuff down below came out of here. But we did have this little blast came out of there. And then we're talking about this glowing area up here. Watch as we have an eruption out of that region as well. And there's still this. There's still something due to come down here still. Okay, so these act like little compass needles. They're magnetically pointing at another magnetic field approaching the sun. Okay, so let me grab the opening frame and we'll pluck through this real quick. And while we're waiting here, I'd just like to thank everybody for taking a moment of their time to come here and be with this precious family in this precious moments that we have together here. So, all right, here we go. Let's dive in, shall we? Here we are, opening frame 024. We already have an eruption in process right here. You can see the instrument reacting to it. And then as it proceeds out, oh, there's our little thing flying around out there. Ahura Mazda or whatever somebody nicknamed it. Okay, something a little tiny one coming out right there. But then here comes this over on this side. Now this side is so blinded and whitewashed, but look over here. You can see our dark patch surrounded by plasma. And let me just kind of tilt the screen there a little bit, okay? And over now when you look over here, you can see it a little bit better. It's the blue line is crossing the very top of it, and the red line is making indentation coming back to it. Okay, but it's very hidden in the plasma there. So this black and white side doesn't really do it much justice. But now that you know where it's at and what to look for, there might be something going on over here too. All right, now I want to switch over to the other side while we got it zoomed in like this. All right, well, let's put it right about there. Okay, you can see our round spherical object being wrapped in by plasma. It looks like flames coming off of it. It almost looks like a ball sitting in the campfire, and flames are licking around it. Doesn't it? Pretty awesome shot right there. Just oh yeah, take out the radar installation. Ooh. All right, so what I'm going to do is get rid of the wavy lines. And then we're just going to dim this a little bit. All right, there we go. Can you see your spheroid? There's plasma trailing back behind it like we're used to seeing. And then there's the bubble effect right here. And then you got these flames licking off the top of it right there. It's sometimes we get some good shots on this instrument as well. But right there is probably our best shot of the object right there. So, okay, so you can see this little glowing spike right here is still reacting to inbound objects right here. This is probably the first. And there's going to be a bigger something back behind it. You know, we see these outer satellites or moons or, you know, orbiting planetoid bodies around a bigger one. And sometimes when a bigger one approaches, we see the outer bands, the moons or satellites that are out at a further orbit away from the main object, interact with the sun first, and they're little indicators that, uh-oh, here comes the big one or whatever. So as you can see, this spire is still right there. It looks like a flame. And this all looks like flames, doesn't it? Pretty trippy. Okay, let me pull back there. Hopefully everybody saw that there. I'm going to brighten this back up because my eyes. All right. Let's slide it back over here. All right, so there's that event right there. Let's continue on. Huh, it was at 3:24. How convenient. All right, and as you can see, it kind of continues up out of frame. Okay, so there's that. Don't miss this little, that almost looks like a disc right there. Not a round object. Yeah, it almost looks like a disc or some kind of UFO sneaking through there real quick. Something else maybe right there. Another one right here. See that? The shadow on the backside of this little UFO there. Or the ghost image of it. Okay. Next up is this event over here. Bingo right there. Let's just do it real fast. Can you see it? Right there. And you can see the flow of the stuff going around it too. So that's another indicator that there's an object there. Also, it looks like maybe something right in there. Maybe something right there as well. All right. We got to move on. So let's pull back out of there. And continue on. Now, out of this region up above here, you see our next event coming out of the top right here. Instrument already reacting to it right over on this side. Let me get just right because it's out of the top here. All right, continue, please. Right in here, you can see, I think is our object. Let me back it up a frame. Yeah, right about there. Anyways, on this side, you can see round spherical object right about there. You can also see it in the dark patch over on this side here. There's the ghost image right there. The ghost image caught it kind of well there. Doesn't seem like it's doing too well on my camera, though. All right, well, sorry about the way I got to do it. I'm not very high tech here. Don't have a very big budget. But we do have the most important information, so. And the guts to tell it. Okay, other stuff hiding in the background, kind of sneaking through there. That looked like another disc right here. Really? I don't know. I'll let you guys be the judge. Now, we're not even done yet. Now we have another event coming out of here. In between this spire and this little one right here. Wow. Where's it? There's got to be a shot of this somewhere. All right, well, I'm just going to kind of go with this one right here. You can see that there's an object buried deep in this little divot right here, and the plasma is trailing past it, okay? So let's, it's an interesting little section right there. Let me pull this down just a tad bit. All right. Those were the closing frames right there. See how there's just something right there that splits it, and that's right on the Spire line right there. Oh, it's down below right here. No, that's maybe right in there. I'll let you be the judge of that. You guys come over to this instrument yourself and play with it. It's good to learn how to do this. Check it yourself sometimes during the day if you're not patient enough to wait for my report clear at the end of the day when I finally get home or get done. So there's that, our report for the day. Now, what's going on here? We need to bounce over here real quick because right now, that was today's box, okay? We just saw this event, well, this activity here. But going into the next day, right now, we're currently having a 9.1, an M 9.1. It's not an X flare. Almost an X flare, though, another M9. Okay, now let's see if we can go back and possibly get some of that data off of this site and get a little peek. Let me refresh all the frames. Peek under a skirt here. Sorry, no images. No, let's do that. All right, well, I guess we'll see this. It may be some event coming off of there. Let me try these 3 frames really quick. Yeah, let's do that one. Yeah, I think it's that right there going off the top. Yep, definitely something that's finally coming off that Spire region that was glowing up there. So a little peek into tomorrow already is this event over here, and then something going on over in this region too. You see that spread and circular flow. There's something like right in there. All right, we'll let that kind of finish off for tomorrow. We're just taking a little peek into the future here because this is what I titled the show, and this is our recent M 9.1 right there coming off the top. And like I was saying earlier, that Spire region that was coming off the top there. This area. Now, this is earlier today. There was one pass already during the third from that region. You see that little spire still there. And then today, just now, another thing came out of that spot right there. All right, so a lot of activity going on our sun right now. It's getting crazy. We're approaching probably one of those big objects and got a lot of those moons or satellites already interfacing and interacting with the sun. Now we're already back over here at our GOES X-ray flux. You're looking at our chart, and what do you notice down below there? X flare potential now 25%. I'm talking about this last night. It's good to see that they kind of bumped it up here, and for good reason, because look, we almost just had one. All right, so there's your GOES X-ray flux and this little bumpy ride coming down these stairs. Let's see how we come out of this. Lately, when we have these, 1, 2, and then the third one's a big one. So I believe this X flare potential should be right there, 25%. It should be in red. Everybody should be paying attention to the sun. All right, it's going through a little fit. Well, actually, all these inbound objects are starting to interact with it now. Again, we have this Well, this activity flares up. These things come inbound or whatever, they interact, and then we get a little break for a week, and then it's back to the old activity again. All right, so now back to the report here, real quick. And then also, later when we're done with this, before the spiritual report or whatever, we can answer some questions and interact with the chat and stuff. So if you guys have any questions or something, think about what you want to ask, and we'll try to address them, okay? So, back to where we were. Our indices are getting a little lifted now. This one's back up into yellow. This is what I'm concerned about right here. So, we're getting back into our cautionary zone. Well, this is not it in the yellow here, but our indices are lifted. Remember, I was showing the plateau here, the main level, and then it came up here, a little bit of plateau. Now we got a higher plateau, so we have lifted indices. Then we have the M flare potential 75, X flare 25. Here's our flares right here, 2.7s. Here's your X 1.6 that we had yesterday, or early this morning. Let's just say that early this morning, because we reported on it last night. Early this morning. Depends on your perspective. It might be morning, it might be night for you, depending on where you're at. Okay, so back to this. Now, our geomagnetic forecast. We just had that G3 storm that everybody thought was just going to be a little one, and we got surprised. Anyways, for tomorrow, they're not expecting any impact. All right. I thought we were supposed to expect an impact tomorrow, but right now on this instrument, not tomorrow, but they are expecting a G1 on the 5th and then a G2 on the 6th. So G1, change that to a G3. No, I'm joking. And G2, put that at a G7. No, I'm joking. So, but look at this. We're ramping up. Green, yellow, orange. What's the next one going to be? Red? I don't know. Let's pray we don't get... Let's just pray it kind of calms down a little bit. But as we scroll up here, I want you to note the sunspots. Not a bunch of them, but we have two major players right now. 3663, this is the one, and 3664. Now, 63 was beta delta. It has now gone beta gamma delta. And when we have that configuration, that bumps our X flare potential up even more. That's why they did this right here. I bump it up because I see inbound objects coming. We have two different styles of coming to the same or similar result or prediction. Anywho, 3663, very, very dangerous right now. Here's our geomagnetic forecast here. Now, we had this huge impact here. We were talking about, we would see maybe one bar of orange. Well, we saw two of them. Okay. And anything that's like really above this line right here is energy that gets taken in at the poles and absorbed to the core. So we just took on a chunk of energy. We absorbed more energy in this giant battery that we live on. Okay. Not good. Not good. We are already topped off. We don't need more. Okay. It's better than red. I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been a KP9 or an 8 or something like that. So we got a little lucky there. Currently, our auroras very calm, very quiet and faint, fizzling out. You can see they're hardly there up here a little bit. So that's good. We're not taking on a bunch of radiation right now. All right, now let's get to our report real quick here. A strong, quick rising solar flare measuring X 1.6 was detected around AR 3663. Yep, I figured in the northern hemisphere. The latest imagery shows some dimming to the north of the region, meaning a CME may have been produced. Oh, great. More CMEs. CME update number 2. Despite coronagraph imagery showing the X 1.6 CME event being directed mostly to the north, an updated tracking model is calling for the southern edge of the shock front to possibly brush past Earth. So if it's going to go to the north, but the southern edge of it's going to clip us, well, that would clip the northern hemisphere, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. Anyways, moving on. Calling for the southern edge to possibly brush past Earth on May 5th. Okay, so May 5th. Keep that in the back of your mind or write that down in your little pocketbook here for a second. Now, minor G1 to moderate G2 geomagnetic storm watch will be in effect beginning Sunday. Right here. Okay. All right. Well, okay, let's get this last one done. A fairly faint northerly directed CME is captured here by LASCO C2 following the X1 and the event I first reported on early Friday. So far, it appears to be directed well off the Sun-Earth line, and I do not expect any major impacts. You know, we're below the equator of the sun. We're like in the southern hemisphere of the sun. We're not directly right. It's straight across the equator. So this is pointing up a little bit, but it's still right in a direct line of sight with us. So let's pop open this tracker and start track-a-lacking. Before I even pop that one open, there's just nothing on it. A lot of good that does us. All right, let's get this done here. Oh, that's a freeze frame. I get it. All right, that's a freeze frame of this. So let's pop this open, load this movie up real quick, and get some toilet paper, everybody. Change your shorts. Something. Hold your breath. Or take a deep breath. Hold it for a second and then let it out slowly. And relax. Don't get too worked up. Don't let this part get you anxious because it is a little disturbing, but important to know. So let's take a look at our mostly north. Here's your north-south, by the way, okay? That's your side cut. This is looking down on the solar system, and this is, say you were on the planet next door looking at the sun and looking at the Earth from the side, and you see that blast came out of our direction, and it's pointing up, but you see the southern part's going to clip the planet right there. And pretty good one too, right here on the cusp of the the night of the 6th, right here, very late on the 6th. So when we do our weather report late on the 6th, or let's just say the day of the 7th, will be most of this energy making, filtering down, affecting our weather. So right, the night of the 6th, day of the 7th. Okay, so keep that in the back of your head here as far as our forecast model will go. Now, backing out, that was a good model. That's the one we needed to see right there, not this. We're good. Please pull back. Okay, any other articles? Nope, that's the one we covered yesterday. Okay, now let's get over here. Oh, you know what we could do? We'll open up the D region layer. This isn't much. Let's just move through this real quick and remind me to open the D layer. I gotta write that down. All right, now back to this. The Geomagnetic Stormwatch G2 yesterday. Okay, we had the G2. They predicted a 1. Well, actually, no. Geomagnetic Stormwatch is a G2. The other one said a G1. These guys are calling for G2. Now they're referring to yesterday an X1 solar flare hurled a CME towards Earth. The bulk of the cloud is expected to pass north of our planet, just like we saw, with the southern flank delivering a glancing blow on May 5th. Okay, so May 5th, let's keep that. That's the that cusp date right there. Also, we had the 4th, right? What the heck? Help me, Lord. Same one. No. So they're expecting one here on the 5th from the X1. These guys say the 6th. So I guess they're just talking about late on the 5th. Yeah. So glancing below, late on the 5th. Okay, Brian, read it right. Moderately strong G2 class geomagnetic storm is possible. SpaceX spiral sighted during the geomagnetic storm. Interesting stuff, these rockets, when they're going off, the gases that they expel, when we get a sideswipe from the sun, it also interacts with those gases up in the ionosphere and causes some pretty cool effects here. So on the evening of May 2nd, sky watchers in Europe went outside to observe the fading glow of a strong G3 magnetic storm. It was looking for aurora borealis when suddenly a bright yellow object appeared near Polaris. It was SpaceX Spiral. Sure it wasn't the comet that was spiraling? No, I'm joking. Earlier the same day, SpaceX launched a pair of Earth observation satellites. Of what? Earth observation satellites. Satellites that observe Earth. Okay. Duly noted. Anyways, Falcon 9 delivered a couple up there and they started glowing. It looked amazing. The spiral gliding next to the violent aurora borealis made a spectacular scene. Spirals are increasingly routine a routine byproduct of SpaceX operations, with many of these recent Falcon 9 launches creating them. So similar swirls have been photographed over Norway, New Zealand, okay, all those swirls and stuff that we've seen before. Another one, but got these little wings glowing around it. All right, now I wanted to go to the D layer. Let's open up the D layer region real quick. Can we, Lord? I want to take, because we just got hit with the M9, so it should be on this new D layer region map right here. And let's see what kind of absorption we just took from this latest hit. And while that's loading up, there it goes. Ooh, was that it right there? No, that was a long time ago. Our recent stuff's more at the end here, so you can see it kind of flickering throughout the course of the day here. Oh, boom. So that's it right there. Bam, there's your your impact from our 9.1 right there over India, Saudi Arabia, China. Oh, look who got the blackout. Look at the region that just experienced the blackout. Okay, duly noted. Moving on. So, more energy being hit. We're being hit with more energy. It's being absorbed. That's the D-layer absorption map. So we're absorbing radiation at the poles, or actually that's in the D layer. That gets directed to the poles, which absorbs down to the core. Okay, so more energy topping off already full tank here. We just came out of a grinding event, kind of had a little second pulse to it. Eventually tapered off. We had a good explosion, some earthquakes, and then it bing right back to a nice smooth operating core dynamo going on down there. Gets a little weak in this area right here, starts pumping again. But here you can see these little white lines up above. Maybe I got a position 2 for this. That's an indication of grinding again, even though it's not white and intense like our usual ones. You see this grinding effect, these little streaks going across this way. Those are at our lower frequencies, but they're still grinding, all right? So you see how these other ones kind of glow and get more vibrant? So you can tell when we're grinding, everything else is glowing too. And then when we're not, and it's running smooth, it's just this line, and this is, I believe, residual magnetic effect still. Like, say if you took a nail that was metal but not magnetized, right? Then you stick it to a magnet, rub it on a magnet for a few minutes, and then you take it off the magnet. The nail will still hold a magnetic charge for a while. So, much like our Earth, even when our main magnetic field isn't like producing a lot, there's still residual magnetics left in the iron deposits in the ground. Okay, so the Earth itself, the what it's comprised of, has residual magnetic effects still. Okay, much like a nail would. If you took also like a nail and electrified it, put a positive at one end, nail, negative at the other, you can make it a magnet, an electromagnet. Then once you've made it an electromagnet, you turn off the power and the magnetic dies, but there's still a little residual. It lines up the molecules in the metal and it holds them there for a little bit until they kind of release, keeping that magnetic effect. So even when our magnetic field gets weak, these other lines right here are still magnetic, deposits in the ground, for lack of a better term. Anyways, you can see here that we had just gone through a pressure session, all right? Pressure built up so much that the core and the shell are grinding at the barrier. It got relieved, started up again, got relieved. Here we are starting to gradually build up again. That means that border region, that barrier where they touch, has closed up. Okay, that gap has closed up and they're starting to grind very weak right there. So that means pressure is almost at its max again. And your vibes and the frequencies that mess with you and all the animals and everything are going to intensify. So also, wait, before we go into that, now with new energy coming in that we absorbed, I expect to see another white event here pretty soon. If we take on a G2 tomorrow, that should induce a pretty good grinding event. Okay, now back to where we were. All right, so here we are at the SO2, sulfur dioxide. This is the gas that surrounds the lava down below. Excuse me. All right, here we are. I mean, is it not a country divided or what? Have you guys been paying attention what's going on? So, here we go. Let's get into this area. Now, we had the flooding in this region, and it's finally draining and drying out a little bit. And some of these patches that were all subdued in this region are starting to emit gas again. When they're subdued, that pressure holds up the gas release, so pressure builds up, and then once a little hole opens, poof, we get a nice little plume. All right, so this is the sulfur dioxide that surrounds the lava down below, getting squeezed up through the perforations in the crust. We still have these areas like right in here and up here where a lot of water is still in the ground. The ground is saturated and won't let the gas seep through. The water is blocking the little airtight canal. Well, not airtight, but little totally air thin canals. They're so thin that only air can make it through the little, zigzags up through the sand, up through the dirt, mud and stuff. Well, when it becomes mud, it's not so porous. becomes more like cement, and this gas can't escape. Well, this region right now may be drying out or something, and we've got a couple of plumes that are able to reestablish themselves right in that area. Okay, we look at this. I mean, one half is bleeding out, the other's very patchy here and there. Okay, this is an indicator. You can see how dark this is too. Our pressure is built up. Okay, let's come down to South America here. See this whole ridge line right here is all purple, okay? Then also we get up to our fulcrum point, and here's our main little like pinhole in the balloon effect where this gas has found a good escape point, and of course it's right on the fulcrum point. So it's our path of least resistance for the gas to escape right there, and that's the spot we always come check, see the darkness of it. These other two spots as well. This one is very defined. The third one's darkened up a little bit. This was becoming a player for a minute, but it's not anymore. Kind of this one now. So 1, 2, 3, definitely good right there. And this fourth one's starting to kind of fill in there at our fulcrum point region right there. And just kind of looking down South America right there. See, that whole strip right there is dark too. That's a lot of SO2 being released in that area. Also important too, when we're looking at volcanoes and we're looking at our earthquakes and we're talking about pressure being released from down below, this gas emitting is also pressure being released. Okay? It takes pressure to push it out of the ground, right? So, therefore, when you see a dark patch like that, you might not see very violent earthquakes in this zone because the pressure is there's a big relief valve right there, isn't there? Just like Java, this is a big strip of a bunch of area where pressure can be released. Instead of having a big old 9.0 or something off the coast there, we're seeing a bunch of gas being released instead. Now, let's come on over to this region of the world. We can take a peek at the current conditions right now. All right, very organized concentration right through there and up above it now. This whole region emitting gas. All right, and that is their easy time of day. Let's go to when they're really pumping gas. That's their real readings right there. So, very dark patches here, there, very intense areas. And this isn't from pollution. This is from the pressure down below, venting a bunch of this in the area. Poisonous gas, too. It's not good to breathe either. So these people are breathing in a bunch of poisonous air as well. All right. A lot of pressure in that region. We come down. Whoa, look at Australia. What the heck? Hang on. Hold off on Java. Look at Australia right there. That looks weird. I don't know. It just looked like like a seashell or a brain or something. Anywho, back to the show. Here we are, Java, very intense gas, concentrations coming out of that region all the way down the island. We've had Uluwatu. It's not showing much right now, but it's right here, right off the tip of this little island, right where my pointer is, right there. And we got wavy lines, don't we? Good enough right about there. See, that's what happens when I move the camera for position 2 sometimes. All right, anywhere, right where my little thing is, we're not Uluwatu, Raung or Ruang or Wrong is right there. So not much right now coming out of that area, but here's our main little venting area, and you can see very dark in that area. Now, we're getting some dark patches down here in Australia too, so that's interesting. Looking over here, India, Saudi Arabia, Europe bleeding out. What's going on? Is that Michael Jackson? No. Anyways, a lot of the gas coming out of that region right there. All right, so there's your SO2 report. Now let's get on over to our sandstorm. And I want to check this because May 3rd. Okay, good. Because sometimes on this one, it takes us to the wrong day. And that looks like the wrong day. 2024, May 3rd. I'm tripping. Not much difference. All right. Let's just. It changed so much since yesterday. And I've seen every time we pull it up, it's kind of similar to this. So here's your May 3rd right there. Big, huge plume of sand coming off off of Africa out into the Atlantic there, depositing sand on South America. We need the wind currents at 850. Back to particulates and sand. All right, there's our wind currents. They're stirring up all the sand right there. And you can see how it's taking out, taking it all and blowing it out to sea. Look at this. It's like a ram's head with an eye and a mouth. I don't know. That weird pointy nose like that one character we see. I don't know. Just odd. Huge, huge sandstorm. Now, the way the wind currents are, they're pushing this wall together right here at Yemen and Saudi Arabia. So right here, they're having a huge sandstorm again right there. Up here off the Caspian Sea, you can see these wind currents have kicked up a huge sandstorm there. These two that were one right here and one back here have now merged into one big sandstorm here in China. And we got a little one kind of right off the mountains here. Interesting. I've never seen one right there before. I don't even know what to say about that one. What the? All right, well, I'm just going to kind of put it like that and let you be the judge. Something else here. I want to. It shows up a little bit better in red. See, here's your big wall of sand right there. Sorry for the alert there. All right, so you can see where your sandstorms. This is the particulates that are 10 microns. So that's the big particulates right there. And then you can see how it's just wafting right over to South America. All right, so we did that. We did this. Oh, also, we're going to go over to the ocean and do these. Oh, look at all the hearts and prayers. I love you guys. Hearts and prayers for everybody in this audience, especially. Who are we doing it for? God, where's Diana? Yeah. For Surfer Girl. Hearts for the Surfer Girl. What's going on? Oh, she might be laying down sleeping too. Anyways, back to our show. Just if you are laying down, sweetie, just let you know everybody in chat loves you. How about that? All right, now let's move on over to our hot water anomalies. Okay, our probably wide open vent on the ocean floor right here, pumping out so much hot water right off the coast of Japan right here. This water We also have other regions underwater right here. The ocean floor heating up and causing these heat anomalies in the water now. Look at this region starting to grow down here off the Southern California coast. Everybody take a deep breath. Breathe. Okay, we were talking about this region the last few days. It has kind of started up. Well, it's more than started up. Look how much it's grown. I mean, before it was just kind of this region right in there. At the big region was this out by Tamumasi, and it's kind of grown in color as far as our coloration. Hasn't grown in size, but it's definitely a deeper yellow. And this circular shape with that hole in the middle's okay. Let's do something else. Standard surface temperature, standard surface temperatures that you're supposed to be having. See hot water growing down here because we're in transition. Hot water from here is transitioning up to this northern hemisphere. You see this split right down the middle right here. That effect is still there. Okay, a lot of this warm water right here is from the transition effect, right? Okay, so let me switch back a little bit. Everybody watch closely and breathe. Okay, there's that. Let me switch back. Okay, so we can see what's regular and what's not. Let you take a look up here and watch what's regular, what's not. Okay, over here, what's regular. Okay, so some stuff is our regular activity, but some stuff isn't. Put it right there. Do it one more time. Okay, something's wrong. A lot of hot water anomalies. Really quick here. Let's go a little walk around the world. I was going to ask anybody want to see a certain region, but we're just kind of go slowly. You can take a little peek at your region as we go. Most of my viewers are here in America, though. Okay, so there's your water temperature anomalies, indicators of breakouts of hot water on the ocean floor, creating plumes, hot water plumes up in cold areas. Okay, that's not normal. Okay, are we done there? Yes, we are. Let's come on over to our earthquake report. Very kind of, again, very managed. It looks like we are under a suppression event from, atmospheric, not pressure, but, this outside pressure pushing down, gripping us like a magnetic fist and squeezing down, but it also creates the energy down below to pop out at fracture points and at fulcrum points. Okay, so you can just see by the activity here around our ring of fire. It's just this region over here. we'll get into it. All right. So let's get all over here to Fiji. This is our deep region where most of our quakes originate, our deep quakes originate. Okay. Here we are, 4.4. Is this out of frame? There we go. Sorry. I gotta have it in the frame for posterity or for the record too. All right, there we go. Back to biz. 513, our mid-range 4 down at 513. Okay, so that's our normal activity. Normal activity, mid-range 4 produces 5 at the surface. So let's go down this branch real quick. This is not on the plate boundary. So this will be a 4.6 down at 42. Okay, so that's not super deep, but it's just below the surface there. Here's a, 5, because 4.9 here does not count. That's a 5 on the plate boundary. Okay, our mid-range 4 produced a 5 on the plate boundary, like normal. Nothing down through that area. Getting over to here. Now, not much has been going on in this region right here between the entrance to our system and our first island here. Okay, but here we go. We have a 5.3, and now consider this. This is down at 163. This is not energy being released at the surface by a plate boundary. This is just off of it. And we need to go in a little closer to see what's going on here. First of all, you see this volcano right here. All kinds of little seamounts like this that have poked up to the surface in this area. Each one is volcanic, right? In between this main island and this little volcano right here, this little trough down in here, and it's a little deeper in this region, 163. So at the surface, 5.3, and let's be honest, maybe a little stronger. At that depth would have been at least a 5.5 to a little bit stronger at the surface, and that's being very conservative. Maybe 5.7 or, yeah, I heard somebody say 6. Up here, 5.1, again, not right on the plate boundary, and down at 171. So we're having some semi-deep, not right at the surface, but subsurface 5 activity in this region where we don't see much activity. So, indicator, those are strange quakes lately. They used to be normal. Now to see something in this region and it not be on the plate boundary and at the surface, okay? These are different quakes. These are just off of the plate boundaries and they're down at a depth. So, interesting activity. Possible, we have a lot of volcanoes in this area relieving pressure. So, this is also relieving pressure in this region, too. So, not at the surface. So, an indicator that we got pressure in that region. 171. What was this one again? 163. Yeah, it's down about a third of the way down. Here we go into our little pit area, but this is a surface quake of 4.7 at 10. That's I refer to as a surface quake. 4.8 down at 88.8. Okay, so right off the island of Java, we have almost a 5 down at a little bit deeper, and we have the new volcanoes and stuff in this area too as well. Now, coming up here, we have a 5.7. That's a little bit bigger quake for the day right there. And 5.7 really was probably a little bit bigger. I hate to have to do that. I wish they would just be like so transparent and so trustworthy that we had real numbers so we could do real science and not have to slap together stuff with a bunch of fudged numbers. How you going to get the right math answer when you're dealing with fudged numbers? Right? Anyways, our little weak spot was like right off of this island here. So just up from it now, we've had this bigger quake, and this is a 5.7, 5.8, down at 7.9. This is even closer to the surface than our regular ones, okay? Down at 10. So that's a lot of energy being relieved at the surface right there. And again, it's not right on the boundary. So different kind of activity. Here's our fulcrum point right here. Here's the other one. Not at either one, but in between them is our 4.6 down at 8.1. Okay, very shallow quake there too. Coming over here, a 4.7 at 10. Nothing up through the Japan area. It's where we have all our hot water coming out of that region right there. Surprised we haven't seen any more quakes coming out of there. They probably regret showing the one quake they did show coming out of Tamumasi right there. Oh my God, that was an indicator. You should have let them know. Probably pulling their hair out that they let that one quake show up right there. But I don't expect to see any more activity out of that area as far as on this map. I expect there's probably unbelievable activity going on there. And I want to see 7-day all magnitude for that region. Nothing. That's what I thought. Okay, 1 day all magnitude. Back to this. So as did that part of the world, bunch of little quakes up here at our fulcrum. New little one out here, but it's not too bad. 2.7. Let's get into California here. The geysers here, our little relief valve here in California, pumping away. That's good. It's when that thing goes quiet that we should be a little worried. It means pressure will build up. Uh-oh. .8 Clark, California. That's Mount Shasta right there. Little earthquake at on the flank of Mount Shasta. Lava moving around down below Mount Shasta. Anything else along this cascade line? All right. Main one I was concerned with that area. Sorry, I'm all over the place tonight. Let me just kind of back out of this all magnitude and get back to regular. All right, little activity here in Texas. Still quiet over there. The whole Cocos Plate, quiet. One little inland quake here. 5 down at 113. Mount Shasta, 4.2 down at 127. I said Mount Shasta, didn't I? I don't know. I've had so much going through my head today. 4.4 down at 243 right there. And then very quiet along that region. Remember, we had all the gas coming out of that region. Fulcrum points out here. Plate boundary, 5.1 at the surface. Now, just inside this plate boundary, see this little ridge of mountains, the underwater ridge of volcanic islands that's popped up here? Bing, 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 right along this line. The next one, like there's an island, there's a seamount, there would be the next one. 4.8 down at 113. What do you think it lines up with more? This plate boundary or that line of islands? Let me pull back a little bit. Let you be the judge of where you think. Whoops, right there is good. Where you think that quake was triggered by the fulcrum point plate boundary, or you think that was possibly the next little volcanic island right there, having a little underwater. Well, that's down at 148, so that's possibly some seamount out here rumbling away and causing a little earthquake right there. So, all right, I think that's it for our earthquake report. Oh, wait. We got one more right here. Yeah, this is another one I want to talk about today. Finally, some energy coming out of the mid-Atlantic ridge, okay? 5.8, this is probably a little bit stronger. This may have been a 6 today, right on this plate boundary, because we saw 5.8 there that was questionable. Where was the other one that was... No. Was it that one? Oh, well. Anyways, 5.8, probably a little bit larger, right on the, the mid-Atlantic ridge, which is one big plate boundary as well. All right, so there's your earthquake report. We're all done with that. Let me get you on over to this and get this fired up real quick. This will be our weather forecast. Let this load up, and while that's loading, I'm going to get rid of some of these instruments now that clog up the computer. Okay, very important part of the show. Sorry, we're going to take just a few minutes to make sure we cover it correctly. So, coming back around the beginning of the loop here in just a sec, and freeze frame. All right, current conditions right now. In fact, I was tracking some of this activity, and unfortunately, what was going on, you see how we have the curvature and then a bulge stick out, and then there's another round storm front right here, right? That's like a comma shape. And then we have a breakaway and another comma shape. And there's little small comma shapes inside of a bigger comma shape. And as they collide together, they cause rotation when they slam into each other. I'm sure the weather experts are probably just in shock or a little scared right now at the activity we're seeing. I've been tracking some motion today in these storms. When these things come together, causing anticyclonic activity and not necessarily touching down a tornado, but causing a whole storm front to slam into another storm front and make one of them, spin around in the direction it got hit. It's not just from the two storms moisture colliding together, it's the actual speed at which the other impact or the other storm impacted the other one and spun it off course. And that spinning rotation action. Imagine a semi hitting just the back part of your car and your car spinning around in a circle. That's what we're seeing. And that I'm watching these air masses collide, and I can do a quick little triangulation and tell you where these two things are going to collide and where you're going to see your vortex pop out. And I watched two of these things come together, and I could just see, well, as this unfolds, it's going to hit this town. It's headed right towards this town, and there was no tornado warning because it's still half an hour, 45 minutes away. But I can see by the previous frames, by watching, the walk up to it, the lead up to it, I can tell what direction it's about to go next. It's much like a batter watching a pitcher throw a ball. As soon as it comes out of his hand and you see the first little few feet of where that ball is coming out of his hand, it gives your brain a trajectory and you know where to anticipate where it's going to go. It's much like that, okay? And when you study some fluid dynamics and you understand how eddies and currents work when they brush up against each other or go around a corner, how they can cause, rotation and vorticity, that's when you can really get an eye for these storms. Right now, we have a very dangerous setup. We are having air mass collisions. Like, imagine this storm turning up and about ready to produce a tornado, and the power of this sucks this whole thunderstorm, wham, right up into it, and this storm hits that storm so hard on the side that it causes the whole storm to wow and rotate itself. These mesocyclones are on a scale that are just off the hook. Now, it's when they, when the vorticity tightens that you see your tornado drop to the ground. But for right now, we are having very dangerous weather. Regardless of tornadoes or not, we're talking flash flooding. We're talking large, damaging hail. Some of these storm fronts, when they create a bulge like this, turn into almost a derecho, a small derecho with a huge storm front that's a gust of wind going 70, 80 miles an hour. Some of these towns had to light up their tornado sirens, not because of the tornado, because of the incoming wall of wind or derecho type effect that we're seeing out of these storms. Very, very disturbing stuff that I've been seeing lately. I'm not going to share some of it with you because we got to keep you guys focused. It's good to pay attention to the weather, and respect it, but it can't be too much of your concern because then it comes an idol. Now, whoops, whoa, am I going? Whoa, back there. Whoa, cowboy. Get back in the stall. Somebody rope that horse and pull it back in. The cowboy forgot to get on it. All right, so current conditions right now, all the way from Texas up through this line, and there's scattered thunderstorms right through here, up through here, and in fact, now at this point, since you guys are being so patient, let me just open my weather app real quick, and I want to do just a quick peek at what we're talking about, and maybe I won't try to stick my fingers in the way, but I'm going to try to pull up some of this vorticity that I'm talking about here. Let me just find a good shot of it here. Here, we're just going to kind of do this for the moment. Okay, so right here outside of Topeka, you see that yellow branch right there, that storm front creeping up. All right, that's a linear storm front right there. And then down below it, you see this stuff coming up to meet stuff down below. Up here, you see the main vorticity of the storm. It's, whoops, here, let's get a little closer right about there. Let that load up again. You'll see the main vorticity of the storm. See the eye of the storm right there for a minute? Okay, so you see the eye move from the left down to the lower right. You see that little hole open up right above Omaha right there? That's your new center of rotation. And they shift and they reposition themselves. Once one vortex is kind of lost its momentum, the next one behind picks up and carries on. All right, so there's your, like, the horn or the front, curvature of the storm. Here's all your different little trailing edges. Now, instead of it being one smooth line, we have breaks in the line. And these pop-ups, these little discrete supercells out in front here. Let's try to do something here. I want to see if we can catch one of these new rotations growing right here. All right here to the left of Emporia. You see that little inflow notch starting to go right there? You can see there's rotation going after the tail end of the storm above. That is going to create a whole new storm front right here. Whoops. My bad. Okay, so this isn't our standard weather. All right, we're used to seeing one long, straight, linear storm front, not one that's all jumbled, broken, with a secondary one back behind it, throwing stuff up into the next one. As we continue on down here, let me just kind of show you some of this other activity out in front of these air masses. These are the discrete supercells that fire up out in front of this whole branch. Cold air right there. All right, let's try going over here real quick. You see how these supercells, whoopsie, kind of fire up, and then the red reaches downward. Oh, I don't know if we're capturing it very well. But then these storms kind of reach downward like this, southerly. So we're getting all different kinds of weather effects out of one storm system. And we get breaks, little patches in between, where all of a sudden here's a frontal boundary and then another frontal boundary. And one will cause a storm front with a tornado, and then the next one causes another storm front with possible tornadoes. So we get these back-to-back tracking sessions. All right, enough of that. All the blood ran out of my arms there. Okay, so here's our current conditions right now. As we go into the morning hours, this is going to condense and solidify up into this region up here with some pretty intense storms, because this doesn't seem to be like dying down, convection at nighttime. So now, right here is where we really need to stop. We see what's going on here. Just talked about this. Everybody in this region, stay awake. Or not stay awake, look alive. All right? Pay attention. You're like on the battlefield and the enemy's in the woods across the way. So be alert and attentive. Over here, we're going to have to address something over here. This has been now, for the last few days, pretty much the same effect right here with this storm coming onshore. Our local area here, I'm on the west coast here in Nevada, but our local area is bracing for impact from this storm. It's going to put down snow in the Sierras, and it's going to put down some severe weather. Okay? While everybody's focus is on this area, this is going to sneak in. So everybody over in California, or your friends, anybody, Northern Cal, it's going to be all of California. But let's start right here. This is already happening. Current conditions right now, we are already seeing severe weather striking right here, California, Oregon border. There's your morning hours. So all of the Northern California coastal areas, severe weather, and we're talking possible waterspouts making landfall, large hail, the wind going behind this, the storm surge could be, push water on shore. It could push water inland up coastal rivers. Okay, so there's a very powerful storm striking the west coast right now. Something that would be like a huge tornado out here, but hitting the west coast. Here we are at noontime, or 11 a.m. Pacific right here. Northern California, the whole pocket of the northern part of the valley having very intense weather, severe weather hitting the Bay Area. Do you hear me? By noon tomorrow, we are going to be seeing the possibility of waterspouts making landfall in the Bay Area. I know, you heard me, you saw me. There. Bay Area, under yellow. That whole section right there is the whole Bay Area covered in that big old yellow swath right there, just for them, just for San Francisco. Wow. And this big trough, this low right over Nevada, keeping all this stuff right on the one side of the Sierras right there. Amazing. All right, let me get back to that. All right. Thank you. So, at this time, we were talking noontime for California, coastal stuff, and inland severe weather. This blue, mind you, is snow back behind it right here, hitting Oregon and Northern California. And then by the end of convection, or 5 p.m., that's not even sundown out here in the West. This is about 2 hours before sundown. So this will be like not even peak convection. All right, so this plus a little bit more intensely. Oh, yeah. And what were we talking about? May 4th and 5th, added energy. That is going to watch out, California, you guys. This is going to sneak in and wham, right there at the end of convection, well, 5 p.m. Pacific, right through the central part of the valley, too. We're talking, Sacramento, all the way up through the I-5 corridor through there, and then snow in the foothills, really heavy snow. So if you're going over the Sierras, I would not go tomorrow, even though it's almost a week into May here, half of a week into May, and we're having very, very deep snow in the Sierras, so heads up for that. This thing finally stops going ballistic probably around 7 o'clock at night, and then by 11 at night, it does this effect. You see snow kind of breaking up and going through here, going down the Sierra range. We also have by the nighttime tomorrow, or the 4th, oh God. This is just moments away, you guys. Well, it's probably starting to happen right now. By tomorrow night, right here, we're going to have another nocturnal event in central Texas with another little branch right here. You see how it's connected to this? Don't be surprised. This is still our boundary from today, from our current event. This is still that crazy frontal boundary that I just showed you on my radar there. So it's still the dangerous boundary right there. That's still it right there. Here's the tail end. See the low up at the top? Here's the tail end of that dangerous boundary down here, firing up nighttime tornadoes. Morning time right there on the 5th. There's noon, convection, nighttime. Hopefully that peters out and does not go ballistic, all right? And the rest of this moves on out. Now, we also have this deep low, this very odd low right here, taking shape right here. As all that moves out right here, we're watching the tail end of this drag on out. This whole low has moved in here. You see these tight millibars going through the plains right there? High winds, okay? The tighter the millibars, the higher the winds. Now, that's the morning of the 6th. There's noontime, convection, nighttime. This thing is going, it's leaning the wrong way. I'm trying to think of the term right now. I'll think of it in a minute. Anyways, the tail end, instead of curling and going this way, it's curling back this way, and now our tail is right back here now. This could rotate like this, causing anticyclonic tornado action again. At the nighttime of the 6th, here in Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, basically that little area right in there as well. There'll be the morning of the 7th, noon, or the night of the 7th, way up here into Alaska, into Canada, Michigan, Wisconsin area, Minnesota possibly, during the nighttime there. That's the morning of morning of the 7th. Okay, so morning time activity going back up this right here, negatively tilted trough. That's the negatively tilted trough right there. Instead of being tilted this way, it's going back that way. So they're very dangerous. Morning of the 7th, noon, convection, nighttime, morning of the 8th, noon, convection, nighttime, another nighttime event right here on the 8th. Quasi-linear storm front here with a tail again. Nighttime convection, warm air colliding with cold air, these very crazy storms. It'll be the morning time of the 9th, still some severe residue there. Noon, convection, nighttime again. So here we are at nighttime going right across the southern states, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, just going to wipe out Georgia too by the morning. And then we go into the noon, convection, the nighttime of the 1st, morning of the... No, that was the 10th, sorry. Morning of the 11th, noon, convection, nighttime, 12, noon, convection, nighttime, 13, noon, 13, nighttime of the 12th, 13, noon, convection, nighttime. You better hope that thing doesn't whip back onto the shore right there. We'll track that. That's anything this far out now is unpredictable. So, but it's good to kind of walk through it to see anything possible like this. Northern Plains again, up into Canada again. That would be that event right there. Would be the basically the nighttime of the 15th into the 16th, noon, convection, nighttime. So Canada, everybody up in that area. All right, there's the morning of the 17th, noon, convection, nighttime. Morning of the 18th, noon, convection, nighttime. Morning of the 19th? Yeah. What? Whoa. Oh, no. Well, let's pray that doesn't happen. You see that effect right there? That is... Bam. In the morning of the 19th right there. I pray to God that that's wrong and that doesn't happen. But this is some... This is supposed to be happening down here. Not way up here. Bam. That'll be around the noontime of the 19th. And then that thing goes linear, the comma shape, by the convection of the 19th. And that's our last frames. I'm going to let that loop play there for a second. I'm going to look at that and think about this. People in this area and California. Also, we have inbound energy mixing with, well... Hey, God. Hey, can somebody please tell me what sleep feels like? I haven't experienced that in a while, so... Do you guys still have dreams, or do people dream anymore? Okay. May 4th, no, but May 5th, the G1, and then May 6th, even harder. Okay? May 5th and May 6th. There's the morning of May 5th. Nighttime of the 4th. Remember we were saying nighttime of the 4th into the 5th. So there's a nighttime of the 4th. Expect maybe our energy to starting to arrive, possibly enhancing this event from this point through the 5th. That could possibly be enhanced right there. Excuse me. You saw how it died out? That might change. It might strengthen. I pray I'm wrong, but here's the noontime of the 5th. So whatever is going on here, possible intensification, as well as this. Let's go back to those frames too. Nighttime the 4th, the wrapping up of this storm right here. Okay, that's the California storm. So thank God the energy doesn't hit right around here. But once it's past That's the nighttime of the 4th. Starting to get energy adding to that, to that, to that, and then right there. So that was the 5th, the G1. Now we're going to have a G2, which is even double the energy, or a G2 storm, we'll say, coming on the 6th. So add energy to that and that to that. There's the nighttime of the 6th. This big old low winding up here. This whole thing, this low, what happens is they bombogenesis. They drop in pressure, they increase in intensity when they drop in pressure, and that's your bombogenesis, a dramatic drop in pressure over a 24-hour period. And then we see possible bombogenesis in this storm. This whole event, it might be longer going back down into here. It might go up into there. So imagine some added energy to this one already. Okay. It all depends on the arrival. We're estimating our arrival of this energy to be around that time. So I'm doing this according to the estimated arrival time. All right. It may strike sooner or later, but anywhere in this time frame, expect some of these storms to be enhanced more than what they're showing. Morning time of the 7th here. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. That whole period right there could possibly be a lot stronger. That's the morning time of the 7th, noon, convection, and nighttime. So basically going backward from this point, all of this stuff could be a lot more intensified from right there to right there. Okay, so that time frame right in there, that includes this storm and other storms going on around the world too. All right, so there's the end of all of that scientific weather, all the wonderful astrophysics, geophysics, your terraphysics, and now it's time for some metaphysics and working on your spirit. Okay. I think at this point, I was going to let you guys maybe ask a few questions, or let me kind of go through the chat real quick. Thank you for all your hard work. Very much appreciated. Well, thank you very much. Hides 369. Stick around. I got great stuff at this channel for you. All right, good. You guys are chatting. I'm just kind of looking to see if we had any questions already there, or if I could address something. Yeah, 3 storms collide. Yeah, we're seeing multiple storm collide in different directions. I just watched a storm drop down from the north and stuff come up from the south. Totally different directions, 180-degree directions, head on for each other, and just hit each other and spun around each other. I'm just kind of, well, that ought to cause a tornado just because of the impact. And sure enough, I don't take my meds anymore. Yeah. Might want to get used to not being able to take meds, because if our pharmacies go down, what are you going to do? Okay. Amen to the number 3. All right. Cool. I know there's a little delay, so what I want to do here is, I think it's possible the good guys are using the bad guys' systems against them. Kind of. There's one good guy I know of that's using their system against them. I won't say his name, but there's one guy I know. Crazy YouTuber guy. Now, something I want to kind of do here. We got a few extra people here. I want to take you back to when all this started. Okay? And when all this started happening to me, what's weird is it's happening all around you, but it's physically happening to me, which is just totally different. It's just like a whole 180-degree difference. All right, so what I'm going to do here is take you back in time a little bit to this event right about here. Let's pull it right to the spot in the video. Okay. So I'm going to put the video on for just a second here too. Now, what's very important is the date. This event took place on September 10th of 2017. That is 13 days before the Revelation 12 star alignment. In the Revelation 12, it says, a dragon appeared and stood in front of the woman, or stood in front or stood before the woman. Well, the woman was the 23rd. The dragon stood before. It stood 13 days before the woman. This is so close to our Revelation 12 star alignment that actually took place. That should have woken up the world right there. That Revelation 12, when that alignment happened, everybody should have just dropped to their knees right then and went, oh my God. But everybody was looking for the dragon. They saw the woman and they missed the dragon. God showed me this. My life changed on this day. Radically, violently changed, not as in violence, but the change was like being hit by a semi and spinning you around violently. I got turned upside down, inside out, backward, forward. It just head to toe, everything. My whole world changed on this day. Yours would too. If God talked to you and pointed this stuff out to you, you would probably lose your mind. Anyways, everybody gather your thoughts. This is Nibiru. Okay, it's a stellar core. It's a black object. It doesn't reflect light. It absorbs light. So when it absorbs light, it doesn't reflect it. Therefore, you can't see it. But when it interacts with the sun and plasma drapes over it, much like an invisible table with a tablecloth thrown over it, it paints the contour. And here's our round black object with coronal mass ejection going around the front of it. And we also have wings, plasma wings, tapering off the sides, which are being sucked back towards a bigger object back behind it. All right. So step one, when we do like these, when I do the dot to dots, we're doing the dot to dot tonight. All right. A little bit here. This will be dot number 1. And each one of these dots is also a miracle, a hint, and a clue. It's all 3 of them in one, just like the Trinity. It's 3 in 1. If you can't grasp that concept, think of the water. Water can be ice, liquid, or gas, but it's still water. It's just the same thing in 3 different phases. Ah, there we go. The same thing in 3 different phases. So we got that effect going on here. Now, here's Nibiru. I'm going to go ahead and play this little segment of the video here. Maybe starting right about here. All right. So this would be like the first hint, miracle, clue. All 3 in 1. So if you think of them as hints, well, they are. They're hints. When you realize that this is the dragon, he's like, everybody saw the woman, but everybody, no one saw the dragon. Everyone missed the dragon. So he showed me the dragon. Plug in there.
Here's our object right here.
Whoa.
This looks like Nibiru. It's got a wing coming off on this side and a wing coming off on that side. And that's not all.
Oh, come on.
Behind that is this big object
right, hang on
here. This is what's causing our flare.
Please, Lord.
Here's a side.
All right, let's try this again
That's
here.
not all.
I wanted to do it full screen for you there.
Here's our object right here. Looks like Nibiru. It's got a wing coming off on this side and a wing coming off on that side. And that's not all, because behind that is this big object right here. This is what's causing our flares. Here's a conduit of plasma that is sucking off of our sun, going into this planet. Here's a damage ring or an impact zone on this planet right here. You can see Nibiru sticking out in front of it here. Run this backwards. So you can see it goes backwards. There's the second flare. Back behind the sun, comes back out. There's the first flare. So the mass of that object is sucking material off of our sun, causing these solar flares. Boom, right there. Goes back behind the sun. Comes back out. Okay. Second flare. And third flare. So there's your wake-up call.
Okay. We're looking at a three-dimensional event, a three-dimensional object on a two-dimensional screen. Okay? A lot of people missed this event because they're looking at the CME, the light, right? They're not looking at the actual shape of it. And while I was, let's just say while I was in one of our fine institutions that we have on this planet, full of a bunch of know-it-alls that know absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, while I was in said institution, I spent some time trying to draw for the doctors what I saw. And this is what I drew. It's a rendition of what you're looking at right here to try to give you the three-dimensional perspective of what I'm talking about, all right? This is Nibiru, and this is Nemesis, all right? Here's the CME hitting this and splashing around it in a radial or round type, impact. It's an impact zone or a damage ring that spreads out in a circular fashion across the whole spheroid, okay? And we've seen this effect on other things as well. This object is so massive and made of dark matter that it doesn't reflect light. But when drenched with the plasma from the CME, much like the tablecloth on an invisible table, there is your object. And you can see by the flow asymmetries of the plasma here, all right? Now, this image I did not see for the longest time. I struggled. God was telling me, dude, chill, look at it from this way, look at it that way, look at it this way, and I could still not see it. It wasn't until I took my cursor, I actually took a break, and I left my cursor on the little pop down here. Let's do it right there. Anyways, I struggled for days trying to see this image, not days, but for quite a while. And I finally took a break. I left the cursor accidentally sitting there, and it was in the pop-up. It wasn't until I came back from having a cigarette that I saw this image compressed down in the pop-up, clear as a bell, and my heart jumped. What you're looking at, it should give you a heart attack. Now, you're spiritual people, you have nothing to fear, right? We've practiced our fear, controlling our fear here, right? This object is, let's just say, the white circle represents the size of our sun. Our sun, the big bad boy in our solar system that controls all our planets. Look how big this is compared to the size of our sun. Okay, just kind of a little moment of silence there as you guys swallow hard, take a deep breath. Don't code out on me here, okay, everybody? If you're feeling weak-kneed or something, sit down for a minute while you absorb this. This is the dragon of Revelation 12. That's Nemesis right there. It fits the definition of a lot of celestial bodies. For lack of a better term, it's a black hole. Okay? Hollywood lied to you. A black hole is not a hole in space. A black hole is a super dense spheroid. It's the burned out core of a star that's no longer producing light. It's the compressed, burned out core of a star, so dense that it squeezes out the protons and electrons, leaving just neutrons tightly packed. So dense and so much gravity and magnetic field that the light can't escape. But when it interacts with the sun, which is a magnetic body, they spark. There's a spark. Look at this. You're gonna shit when you see this. All right. Some of you electricians, people that know about electricity and how an arc works.
And that's not all.
Okay. This huge bolt of plasma, imagine a lightning bolt that's wider than our sun, coming off the bottom, one coming out of the top pole, looping around. This is a circuit, a complete circuit right here. And when this thing crossed this circuit boundary and its magnetic field interacted with this circular loop right here, it lit up the whole thing, much like an electrical arc or an electric discharge. And this was an X10. Or no, sorry, the ones before it were X10, X9, and this last one was an X7.8, which would catch our attention today. But on this day, there was so much other stuff going on. On this day, this X7.8 or whatever it was poo-pooed by everybody, including me. I've been studying the space weather because I know it affects our weather here on Earth. I've been watching the space weather for a while. I knew we were going into grand solar minimum. So as we started to enter grand solar minimum, the sun kicked out 3 of the biggest X flares we've seen. Right back to back to back to back. This whole video right here, I'm going to mute some of it, but this whole event right here, you'll see we had 3 of them in a row, 3 of these bigger objects, the third one being the Nemesis object that kicked off. Is it going to play this or not? Oh, it's playing it. I'm just not at the right spot. So right here. All right, so there's the first CME. Here, let's go back a little bit. So, boom. Big CME right there. That was the X10. Then it goes kind of back behind the sun here. That's Mercury. That little dot is Mercury. All right, the planet Mercury. At first, I thought it was this object because it ends up interacting with the object towards the end. That's when I heard this term, Mercury reveals him to the fire. And as Mercury comes out from behind the sun, you see this huge teardrop blast. That was a big object right there. See the moon going along with it right there? Then here out comes Mercury. And Nibiru's right next to it, right here. Or they said that was Mercury. This may have been something else. Okay? It's hard to trust your scientific community anymore. Especially since I'm changing the laws of physics, astrophysics, all the stuff they thought they knew is all being changed right now. The whole field has changed now because of these discoveries here that you're looking at. All right, so right before 13 days before Revelation 12, the dragon, a black hole, showed up to devour the child. Okay, black holes have a tendency to devour things, and what I think might be going on here, I want you guys to understand celestial mechanics, how they work. The sun is the biggest gravity center in our solar system. All the planets clear out to Pluto and even the Kuiper Belt all rotate around this body right here because of its mass. All right, because of its mass. All right. What was I gonna? Where were we going with this, Lord? Oh, I forgot the point I was gonna make. All right, I guess it's just a tangent, anyways. I got so many tangents in my head. It's so many hard to rope one in. The size of the sun compared to this, I think instead of this thing rotating around our sun, I think maybe our sun and our solar system are rotating around this thing. It's a much bigger body. It has a stronger gravitational field. And I think that every time we approach it's like standing still, and we're coming up and going around it. And when we're looking at some of these SDO or the seeds readings, it looks like the stuff is coming at you. What if it's standing still and we're going by it? Aha, different perspective. Instead of looking at it, it's going by the sun. Maybe the sun is magnetic barrier. This thing flashed out a spark over this thing. That could be when you see it has other planetoid bodies that it. The wings on this got pulled and back to that. Oh no. What happened to Hyde's comments? Surfer girl? Uh-oh. Hyde 369, if you got timed out or something, just be patient, hang in there. I'm not sure what happened there, but you're all right. Just be patient. Sometimes mistakes happen here. Anyways, I got to continue on now. We got show to go. This important information. I just seen that pop up in the chat. Okay. Usually we just remove a comment. Try not to kick anybody out. We can give them a timeout if we. Now back to this. So we have possibly our binary twin here. All right. We're orbiting around it. Every time we go by it on one side, it causes a CME on this side. Then we'll approach it from the other angle and we get a CME and it shows up on that side. Okay, so there's your big planetary body out there that's bigger than our sun. And I want you to think about something here. When we're looking at this conduit is still going back at an angle like this. All right, you see where my hand is? I'm pointing back. So it's not directly next to the sun. So we have an even proportional scale. It's still 45 degrees back behind the sun there. See what I'm saying? So it's actually bigger in size than this perspective. It's not right next to the sun. It would probably be this big. Okay? God showed me this. He said everybody saw the woman, they all missed the dragon. And once I did see this, now I want you to think about this. This formation right here, this symbol, this is a symbol. This is an old ancient symbol that's been carved into hieroglyphics. It's the same symbol that's been found in the Indian cave scratchings. They're hieroglyphics. It's been stamped into the fields in England in the crop circles. People were looking at these crop circles going, what is that? How's that? What's that mean? This is a sign. This is a symbol. This is the sign. In Revelation 12, I'm going to pull out the Bible right now. All right, you guys are just chilling. We're doing different kind of work tonight. All right. Maybe you're in a hurry to hear the spiritual report. We'll get there. I'm going to bust open Revelation 12. Okay. And just read right from the Bible here. Come on, I had it picked out right here. Where'd the bookmark go? Here we go. So, again with the wording, all right, like being caught up in the clouds, it's not lifting up into the air, it's being caught up in the moment, or the clouds are so fascinating, you're caught up in them. All right, now, listen closely. This is Revelation 12, the woman and the dragon. A great and wondrous sign appeared in heaven, A woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. She was pregnant. Okay, don't forget that. She had Jupiter in the belly. We all saw the star alignment. She was pregnant and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. Then another sign appeared in heaven. All right, stop right there. That makes it sound like it happened after the star alignment, doesn't it? It says there was a sign in heaven, then another sign appeared in heaven. An enormous red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns on his head. His tail swept a third of the stars out of the sky and flung them to the earth. Now, listen closely. The dragon stood in front of the woman who was about to give birth so that he might devour her child the moment it was born. So when you read this, there was 2 signs. The great sign in heaven. There is a wondrous and great sign in heaven, the woman. Then another sign appeared in heaven. That makes it sound like it happened afterwards. But you continue reading, it says the dragon stood in front of. Now, this term in Jewish can be stood before, like, stood before you, stood in front of you. Well, when you use the term stood before, 13 days before. Get it? Got it? Good. First thought, first miracle, first hint, first clue. Nibiru and Nemesis, the dragon of Revelation 12, stood before the woman. And everybody missed it. Okay? There's the dragon of Revelation 12. Everybody was looking for it at that time, too. They're like, oh, it's supposed to be Nibiru, and we're all the Nibiru hunters. No, I was never a Nibiru guy. Let me explain to you all the UFO activity that happened to me in my life. I was a ufologist, okay? And I got kind of over that as well. I knew UFOs were real. I knew they existed. Everybody has their beliefs that they may have been responsible for us, but after so many encounters, I knew there was more. And I wasn't a Nibiru guy. I'd seen people taking pictures and getting lens flares and going, I captured Nibiru. And I almost captured Nibiru, and it was a lens flare. And I'm like, no, that's a lens flare. This is different. This is NASA's satellite looking at the sun. This is the coronagraph. This is Stereo A caught this back in the day. Okay? So, there's your dragon. There's the dragon of Revelation 12. The first dot in our 10 dot series. So we got a ways to go. What? We got a ways to go. Oh, goody. Get your crackers, get your drinks, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do, get settled in, because we're taking a little walk on the wild side. So, dot number 1, the dragon of Revelation 12. Happened to me. Okay, when I saw that image, I almost had a heart attack because I'm an astrophysicist. I know exactly what that is and how big it is and what it means. And it's like, oh, great, we're dead. Oh, guess what? You just got the news that you're about to die. Oh, it makes you feel wonderful. You know what I'm saying? Okay, now, dot number 2. This event right here. Okay. Oh, cool. You did come back? Yeah, good. He's back there. All right. Yeah, don't leave because of anything that happened here. I'm very forgiving because you're so forgiving when this thing takes a minute to load up. What's going on here? I got other stuff in the background. No, I'm not going to restart my device. Okay. So, here we go with this video again. I've showed you this before, but we're just doing a little recap of how all this stuff happened. So I need cooperation out of my computer, please. And I'm going to get rid of that. Let me get this video pulled up. Something's jamming up my computer here. Now, this spiritual event, we might have some difficulties because not Not everything in the spiritual realm is happy with this event right here. Let's just say that, okay? Now, please take out the weather thing. Please, Lord, please, Jesus, let this work. All right, now we can get some volume going. All right, so first of all, this is Mary and angels that showed up on October 5th of 2017, just right afterwards. But what happened was there was an event that happened before that. So I'm going to take you to this event right here. Can you see the date up here? It says October 4th of 2017 up there. Okay. From my security camera, captured this. And we're going to start playing this real quick.
Still in the garage with our same display right here. And this was actually captured the day before the other picture, but I hadn't found it for years later until I was digging around through my, my old pictures and stuff and went even further back to see if I'd missed anything, and I captured this one.
I'm praying for you too, Supergirl.
Zoom into this streak right up here, this one right here. Just bear with me for a second here. Now, hopefully, you can see that we have a lady's profile here. Here's her eye, here's her forehead, her snub little nose, here's the bottom jaw, she's smiling, she's looking down and she's holding a baby, and here's the baby's head right here, here's the face, the back of the head, here's her arm cupped around like this, and she's holding the baby. Now I'm going to run this through the filter real quick, and it's going to enhance it, but a little bit too much. See, now you can really make out her profile a lot better and see her face, and her headdress is coming over and going down back behind her, and you can still make out the baby's head right here. And maybe if I pull back a little bit, there we go. And this was captured on October 4th. So, and this, and maybe if I pull back a little, the baby's head right here.
No. Let's do this for a second. There you go. Now can you see the baby's head? You can make out his ear. Okay. There's your Revelation 12 baby being born in my manger / garage, kids cave, man cave area, our lower garage area, where I do a lot of praying and a lot of, a lot of spiritual work ever since this happened. All right. So hopefully you can see this image of the lady holding the baby. This is right after the Revelation 12 star alignment. It's 11 days after the alignment. So it said she was about to give birth. The dragon stood in front of her to devour the child, but she gave birth anyways, and this child was caught up to God. That's a spiritual entity. It's not a, how do I put this? It's a spirit. A new spirit was born right there, okay? It's not a physical baby. It's a young spiritual being right there. Ooh, weird face right there. All right, so this was captured in my garage on my security cameras on October 4th, 11 days after the star alignment. Okay, now we're going to continue on.
Yeah, maybe if I pull back a little bit, there we go. And this was captured on October 4th. So this was about 11 days after the Revelation 12 sign. All this stuff started happening to me just prior to the Revelation 12 sign and then right after it. So it said the woman was about to give birth. Well, it looks like maybe she gave birth, and here's the little baby being caught up to God. Yep. It's a lot better there. Hopefully you guys can see this a little bit better now than before. We'll undo the filter real quick just so you can get the original. Now you can see the baby's head just a little bit better. You can make out his little ear.
And then we'll put the filter back in again. And there we go. There's your Revelation 12 baby being born right there in my garage, caught on my security camera. Okay. Then the next day, all right, I had no idea that that was captured. I did not find that image for years later. I got in, this was the first image I ever captured or, saw on my security camera. So we're going to get into this. Back. So I've been going through some of the old photos and running them through the filter, and this was one of the first ones that I had ever captured. And what's going on here is I'm here on my knees. I'm crying and screaming and praying, all three at once. I was in some extreme anguish. A paranormal traumatic event happened to me, something so unbelievable you guys wouldn't believe it. So if I told you, so I'm going to show you instead. So in this image here, I'm sitting here praying, and Mary's head appears right next to my head, and we're going to zoom in on this. You can't go in too tight on it, but she's looking down at my head this way. Let's see, there's pretty good. And you can make out her eye and her nose coming down. It's partial profile. Coming over, and it's in shadow right here. This is a shadow of the inside of her shawl going over her head like this. Here's her eye, her nose, her other eye would be on the other side there. Okay. You can't go in too tight on it. And then also is this white ball with an eye in it, this white orb with an eye in it. Okay, and that's not all. Can you see Mary a little better there? This corner up here is an angel. The silhouette of an angel with his wings spread, with his back to us, standing in a shaft of light. Here's his head. There's a glow over the head. The wings are extended, and there's a feather coming off. The last feather coming off is crossing over these brown roof tiles in the background here. And you can make out there's an angel right here. And you can even see his head right here. Let me try this real quick. Can you see it a little bit better? Well, maybe not on that one, but there is an angel. That should bring a little relief to your heart right there when you see the divine realm. You're looking at the divine realm, okay, the spiritual realm. I like to also refer to it as the divine realm. All right, this is real stuff. Okay, captured on a security camera. This is not manipulated. It's not CGI. It's a electromagnetic imprint on our new digital cameras. All right. Now, this event took place the very next day on October 5th. So the baby was born right over here in the garage. Something happened to me. Very, very, well, can't really describe it. And then I went down to my garage. I'm a mess. I'm physically in pain, emotionally and spiritually, all three at the same time. Just absolute, it felt like hell. And I'm out there on my knees praying, and this is what was captured. Going a little bit tighter. So there's the angel with his back to us and his wings spread. Yeah, you can see a lot better with the filter. Before it was really faint and it was hard. What's going on here, this little ball, this is the beach ball. This is the three-dimensional display of the sun and Nemesis. That little tube was the conduit. I was trying to do a three-dimensional display, a picture for Coast to Coast Radio. Back when all this happened, I contacted them, and we did some work together back in the old days. And I sent him a picture of this three-dimensional display, trying to show him what was happening next to the sun. and this was still, deflated. It was still hanging out in the garage or whatever, all falling apart when I came out on this night. And that's what that's doing in the background. But we got Mary, we got this orb with an eye in it, and an angel. Same with this. This came out a little bit better here. Yeah, there's Mary looking down at my head because I was in anguish. I mean, what happened to me was just so disturbing. I can't even describe it. I was in crying, screaming, and praying, an experience I'd never felt before. All three of them at the same time. It was just terrible. But what happened was I was out in my garage and praying, and my security camera captured this image. And it wasn't until a few days later that I went back through my security camera that I saw this image and went, oh my God, what happened here? So there's that one for the moment. So usually wherever Mary and the God Eye and the angel, usually Jesus is around there too, right? They don't go, they're inseparable. So Jesus is in this picture if you know what to look for. Okay, so that was the event that followed immediately after, well, just right after the star alignment. Okay, then just for fun here, let me do this one real quick as well. Let's see, we got some new eyes watching, so we're gonna do this.
To get in the seat of a John Deere X350.
You really do. No. Howdy folks, welcome back. So I'm real excited to show you this one. This is an angel that was captured on my security cameras, and now I've run it through the filter here. So if you turn your head to the right about 45 degrees, you can make... Before we start this, tilt your head to the right. Do you know your right from your left? Okay, figure out which is right and left, because I have told people several times to tilt your head to the right, and they do it to the left. Like they don't know their left from their right. So, hopefully this crowd is smart enough to know that this image is laying at a 45-degree angle this way. So if you tilt your head to that angle, it's a lot easier for your eyes to enjoy this view. The head, the hair, the breasts, it's a female, the torso, the waist, the legs coming down here, a wing coming off here, a wing coming off over here. And we'll zoom in on this real quick because this one's nice and clear that you can. There's a face on it. Okay. And this is an angel that was caught hovering in a shaft of light over this sleeping child down below here. So. Okay. Just days after all that stuff started happening out in my garage out here, I had the camera pointing at this couch here, and we started capturing more angels. And this was this angel hovering over a sleeping child. Again. Just excited that you could see it a lot clearer now, because hovering in a shaft of light over this sleeping child down below here. Right there. Okay, beautiful image. I've actually seen this, not this image, but like on the side of a candle, the kids sleeping with the angels hovering over the sleeping kids. Well, there's the real deal. There is the real deal. The images you see on candles are the famous paintings of the angels hovering over the sleeping kids. Well, it's because that's what they do. It's a real thing. And that's why people painted it, because they obviously saw this activity as well. And it's a shame that when you see this activity, no one believes you. It's like, what? How could you not? What? How could you not believe me? So... zoom in on it again. Just excited that you could see it a lot clearer now, because before it was kind of faint, and now with these filters I'm able to make these images pop a little bit more for you guys so you can see them. I'm sorry about the way I have to do it with the camera and the computer, but also very sneaky, but in the background is a little demon face. See the eyes and the teeth and the crazy hair. This demon face back here likes to give kids nightmares and scare them and give them night terrors and stuff. And this little angel is there to protect him from that freaking asshole. Sorry. You know what I mean, though. But amazing captures, real stuff.
Other option. So I just wanted to bring this angel to you for a moment.
Take rest, take peace in this image. It's a real image, okay? The divine realm is real. You're looking at it. I don't know how you could fake it. I don't even know how to fake stuff. I'm not a computer tech.
This is real. This is security camera footage that's admissible as evidence in a court of law.
Yeah. This part too. Any crime captured on a camera, they want that as evidence because it shows the perpetrator breaking in and committing the crime. Well, no crime in this case, but it did capture the perpetrator, didn't it? But for some reason, the other video evidence is acceptable, but this isn't. So the double standard, so you don't have to, you could live in denial. But very beautiful image there of a beautiful angel hovering over a sleeping child. And it was around this time when I saw this image right there, I kind of changed up my strategy and I tried putting the camera by the couch there. And because I wanted to see if I could catch more angels, all right? I saw that real live angel. I know I didn't fake it, so I was like, dude, I'm going to set up the camera more pointing at the couch now. Whoops, where are we? See a little smiley face in the sky there. And then, guess what? Not only did you just see the angel, but something that a lot of people forget is angel means messenger. Yeah, there was a message too. Wouldn't you love to know what the message was? Okay, now here we are. This is the same time frame, all right? The same couch and the same camera. I just kind of shifted it, moved it over this way to see if I could capture any angels hovering over the couch, little guys like that, right? Well, on this occasion, my kids were super excited to take their new toy down to the garage. They were going to stay up all night, Dad. We're going to stay up all night playing with this toy. I said, that's fine. But, I'll come down and check on you in a little while. So about an hour, it gets really quiet. Well, most parents know when it gets quiet, something going on. So I go down there to check on him, and they're zonked out on the couch. Look at him. They're like 7:30 at night. It's not even late yet. And I'm like, what? I thought you guys were going to stay up all night doing this, right? So I was a little stunned at why they were falling asleep like that. Anyways, took them upstairs. They went to bed, and it just kind of passed. A couple days later, it occurred to me, the kids fell asleep on the couch with the camera there. I better go check the camera. So I went back and I looked at all the frames and there was nothing. And I thought, the only frame had this little white streak right there on the side. See that? And I tried to see what was in that streak and nothing. But it wasn't until I stacked all these on top of each other in a flip book. And you see how this picture is bending and warping and twisting because there are two angels locked wing and wing bowing. The wing comes up here and down. This dark area inside this is the inside cup of the wing. The other wing is over here. And it's hard to see. If you stare straight at it, there's a blind spot in the middle of your eye, your optic nerve. So this is best viewed with your peripheral vision. So stare at something in the background here of the picture, and out of the corner of your eye, you will see the angels. There's a second one over here. They're on their knees, locked wing and wing, and they're bowing. Okay, let that play for a second there. Those are real angels. They're locked wing and wing, and they're on their knees. And they're bowing. They know that the camera is there recording them. They purposely came and showed up because I was recording kids sleeping, right? Looking for angels. So the moment they fell asleep, I have a feeling these angels may have caused them to fall asleep. so this event could happen. Now, this camera isn't moving, it's stationary. So the warping you're seeing in this picture is because of those angels bowing. Okay, the camera isn't moving or shifting or anything. The whole room is warping and twisting because of the activity you see there. Okay, those are angels on their knees bowing. Okay, so another dot, another miracle, hint, clue. The angels, the baby, that was another miracle, hint, clue. All of these are miracles and hints and clues, all three in one. So we're at this stage now where we're capturing angels and all kinds of activity going on. And then we get to another stage. And this starts happening. Okay.
Oh,
Whoops.
it's important that you guys know.
Start on here.
Howdy, folks. Welcome back. So I've been going through some more of these pictures and running them through the filter and stuff. And not only were we finding angels and Mary and stuff, but there's also demons, and I've also found Satan in this stuff too. So as we're looking here at this picture, what I'm talking about is in this
real quick before we get into this, you're going to see some principalities, some demons. So don't be shocked, or if you don't want to see this stuff, it's okay if you turn away or tune out for now. But it's important that we cover this part as well, because this is true and it's part of the story as well.
Of blotchy white dots that you see this picture is comprised of. When you zoom in really tight in on a picture, you'll see that it's made up of these splotchy little patches and dots. These new digital cameras make these little blotches. Well, hiding in these blotches are faces. And if you haven't seen it yet, there's an eye right here and an eye right here. And when you make eye contact with these two eyes right here, you'll see the mouth fall into place down here. It's snarling. If you look, it's got some kind of streaks or horns or something, or wrinkles coming out of its head up here. And this is some kind of demon or principality. You know, other people refer to them as principalities, but this is what I'm talking about. And hopefully you can see this here. This is a pupil right here of an eye. This is a pupil of a bigger eye. Here's the whites of the eye, the white of this eye. These two eyes. Once you look at those, you'll see it falls into place. Maybe I'll pull back a little bit. You can see a little bit better. Zoom in. Right about there is good. And you can make out there's teeth here in this mouth. There's a corresponding mouth with these eyes, wrinkles going across the nose here. This is some kind of demon or principality. And it's tucked in the way in the corner of this picture, way back up in here. And you can't even see it as in a normal picture, but you zoom in, swing it over, zoom in, and you can see this face just appear. And there's more faces in this stuff too, but this one's really, really defined and pretty dominant in this picture. So I want to start off with that one. Hopefully you guys can see this one. Okay. So in this sequence here, I've got my camera pointed at the couch now because I've been capturing activity around this couch. And one night I was just sitting on my couch there praying, and wasn't really thinking of capturing anything. Here I was just sitting here praying before I started taking pictures or doing my thing, and it was already running. And lo and behold, there's some kind of demon up here. You'll see some green wings over here kind of flapping, and it lifts up my bike and spits a bolt of energy on it.
Fiery darts.
And I had no idea this happened until I went back through my pictures and stuff. And I put this series into motion in a flip book. And I realized, oh my goodness, look what happened. It picked up my bike and spit a bolt of energy on it. This one you can't really see the face too well, but you can make out the wings kind of flapping. Maybe we'll pull it over a little this way a little more. There we go. And this thing turns, picks up my bike, lifts it up, and spits a bolt of energy on it. Okay, there's that. I'll let you look at that one for a second longer. Okay, in this series here, I'm sitting on the couch again praying, the camera's set up, and you'll see a purple streak, a bolt come in here, right there, boom.
Fiery dart.
And it hurt. You can see my reaction to it. So we'll let it run again. Here I am sitting there praying. There's all kinds of stuff jumping around in the background, and then zap right there. And that was a real one. I could feel it. And now when I go back, we're going to go back to the top of that bolt and zoom in on the face. Okay, so here's the frame out of that sequence of me getting hit with that bolt. You can see the bolt coming down here. It's got a kind of a purple hue to it or whatever. And then we're going to start zooming in to the face up top here, and it's going to be Satan's face. So
Surfer Girl, don't look at this.
Not.
Look away, take a couple of deep breaths, and we'll move on past this.
I do not glorify this at all. I do not like to give him attention, but it's important to know that he's real, because he wants everybody to think that he's not real. I think you might be able to see this face without me pointing anything out yet. There we go. Okay, so let me zoom out so I can see it. If you look right here at this eye, this is his crazed eye. The other on the other side is bigger. It's the all-seeing eye. It's a little out of proportion, but then you can make out the side of his face, his jawline coming down, the bottom of his chin, his face going up here. Here's his mouth with some evil kind of grin on it. You can see his ear coming out over here. You can make out horns coming up. And this is in that mosaic of dots again, but these faces pop out and they're more prominent. You can see this one really stands out. And that's Satan right there. You can even make out some wings coming up here.
You'll see him when I pull back again. See him there?
And he's mad. He's mad because I'm praying. And he's spitting bolts of energy at me and spitting on my bike and doing all sorts of crazy stuff.
He's attacking me because of who I am.
So it's important that you guys know that this entity is real. He's here right now, causing chaos all over the place.
Okay, so both sides of the spiritual realm. Okay, now we're going to move on past that. Enough time on that guy. Then all of a sudden, everything changes, and this activity, believe it or not, it transfers from happening to me in my garage
you can do tonight to eliminate all mosquitoes
to in the clouds everywhere I go.
Howdy, folks. Welcome back. So these faces that I've been showing you in the last few videos that are in the etherical or in that mosaic that I was talking about are not only taking place there, but now they're taking shape in our clouds. And with this new filter, I was able to go through some of these pictures, and it really makes them pop now. So if you can't see it yet, there's an eye here, an eye here. Here's the nose, a mouth down below. Here's an ear coming back up, the jaw running down, little pointed chin. And this face seems to almost be bisected. One half is like a goblin, and this other half looks like almost like a Wolverine or a Ewok type character. So I'll let you look at that for a minute. And this was pretty faint, in the original picture, but now with the filter, it really makes it pop. So hopefully you guys can see that now.
And you see all the shadowing and stuff that's used in the clouds, much like the other images of the clouds I've been
Just
showing
real
you
quick here, I want to
from
show
like
you the
other
unfiltered
channels.
version. This is the original right here compared to this one.
Yeah,
right
the filter
here.
really kind of helps
You
it.
can make out a lot better.
And now God's actually doing the filtering and making the clouds even darker.
Okay, one more, and this one right here, you can make out we have an eye here and an eye right here. Here's the nose, and here's some lips, and it looks like he's blowing. You can make out his ear over here, horns and stuff coming up, his eyebrows. There we go.
Look up.
You can see a little bit better.
See what's going on in your clouds.
The eye, the nose, the lips. Okay, so I wanted to show you that one with the filter, so you can see it turned out pretty good too. So, well, that's it for now. I love you all. I hope you enjoyed this video. Until my next.
I've been watching some storm chasers and stuff, and they're chasing down these storms, and they're like, oh, look at the inflow and the circulation. And I'm like, look at the big face that's blowing right at you. Crazy stuff. That the spiritual realm is all over the sky right now. You should look up. You might get caught up in the clouds. Some people here at this channel have been videotaping the clouds and have caught stuff themselves now. And once you've captured something like this on your own and you realize I'm not pulling your chain and you get your own evidence, that's when you will swallow hard and go, oh boy, he's telling the truth. Oh boy, he's telling the truth. Uh-oh. Gulp. Now, that was another miracle. Okay, another hint, another clue. Okay, activities move to the sky now. And I have giant faces in the clouds that follow me everywhere I go. Sounds crazy, but you will see. Hey, in a world full of lies, the truth sounds crazy. So if this sounds crazy, it might be the truth. Where are we here? That's part 3, part 7, part 8, part 4, part 1, part 10. There it is. Got a lot of parts to that one because there's a lot of faces. Can we have a little contact here? I guess you guys don't mind doing this a little bit. It's a little fascinating. And we'd love to get rid of the chat. Get back to this. Just real quick, we'll go through.
Before I went into the store, and when I came out of the store, there was this giant Grinch face sitting in the sky. If you can't see it, here's his eye, his other eye. Here's his nose right here with the little nostrils. He's got that short stubby nose with the nostrils you can see up. Here's his little smirk. He's got the puffy cheeks like this. So this face right here is the Grinch. And I took...
Actually, you know what we can do?
So we're gonna start...
We can avoid that video, and we can just go right here to all the faces right here. Back up. Yeah, this way we'll see them much clearer, and it won't be a funky video. Okay, here's just some, for instance, this face right here. Let's see, where was the, go back. I want the, albums. I think it's a nose. Well, where am I at? looking for? Here's this one right there. Okay, so here's that face that we just saw. Also, the demon cloud was started off as the big bad wolf here, huffing and puffing. You can see his eyes. You can see his ear right here. Here's the snout coming down. There's a black nose. And then, whoops. Let's go back in again. Sorry. And he's huffing and puffing, blowing your house down. And then it switched. They morph, they change over time, and it changed into that one. Okay? So, these giant faces in the clouds, follow me all over. This is another one right here. This one popped out of the sky, dropped way down out of the clouds. There's a perfect eye. There's a row of teeth. There's this long, pointy nose. The ears sticking out on the other side. This little goatee. I mean, look how this thing dropped out of the sky. Let me go to some of these later images right here. This gives you an idea how far this dropped down out of the cloud bank down into open sky right here in front of me. Because I knew I was taking pictures of it. Now, imagine having this stuff follow you everywhere you go. Okay, there's this guy, remember him? Lifted his eyebrows up and stuff. There's that guy. And this kind of gives you an idea how these things look and how they form in the clouds a little bit and what to kind of look for when you're looking up. Where's some of the other ones? Is it this one? Here's the baby being born, the labor pains in that one. Here's the images I took, the 4 or 5 different images, and there was other stuff going on, so I'd turn and take a picture there and then come back and take a few more of this. So, and this is that image. These are all the frames of that mouse pulling the guy's eyes open, and it continued to turn into this bird-beaked type Toth-looking creature that towards the end here ends up looking like a wolf right here with an eye. Here's the ridge or the little middle of the nose, the snout coming out and the nose down here, ears up there. So this Toth thing turned into a wolf, as you can see there. And these are all the images, just regular pictures I take, and then all of a sudden we start to capture more stuff in them. No, nothing in that one. Oh, a little bit, but not well captured. Here we go. This is the one I was looking for. The face that we saw on Dragon Woman's channel of that dog type face. Do you see it right there in this image right here? Actually, that's too close up. It's better when it's compressed. That face right there, that dog pug looking type face, was sitting in the sky. Right here's a good shot of it right there. Maybe the last, well, not. That's the mountain right there in the background that most of these images were taken around. Okay. And that activity was going on. I went into the store, came out of the store, and this face is now turned to the Grinch. You see his nose, his puffy cheeks, his eyes. So there's the Grinch right there. And I'm just snapping away picture after picture because they keep changing and it evolves and changes. Now, as we get further in here, you can see in these black and white images that the Grinch is starting to grow horns, little black horns coming up from behind his head there. As we progress through these images, you'll see here towards the end, the Grinch transitioned into the dragon. And there's a good shot of the dragon right there. All right, so these giant faces now follow me in the clouds everywhere I go. Gets at first it was very unnerving, very disturbing, very hard to go out in public and not, be caught up looking up at the clouds. Everybody's like, "What's that dude doing? What's he looking up at?" And they look up and they just see clouds and are like, "Oh, yeah, whatever." So, just some examples of the faces in the clouds that follow me everywhere I go. Okay. Now, also, not only is that the face is following me, I got UFOs still that follow me everywhere I go. They watch, they study, and they follow. Whoops. Why did I do that? Go back. That's it right there. And what I'm trying to get is this shot right here. All right.
We're going to squeeze a bunch of pictures into one video here.
All right. So starting off right here. There's an eye forming right here. Can you see this eye forming in the clouds with a mouth and a nose starting to form right here? There's a face that's starting to form right here. So I started taking pictures of it. Okay. And I'm going to take like a series of pictures and put them in a flip book, right? Let me pull this up a little bit better. There we go. So let me start this off.
So I started seeing this event right here unfold, and I was looking at this spiral cloud and snapping pictures of that. But something else appeared in this picture, and I'm going to pull over to this little object that's hovering over the mountain here. Okay, so we got a nice clear UFO black disc floating in the sky next to this event. Okay, so there's that one. Okay, so in this image, I was taking a picture of this angel-like structure right here, and as I zoomed into it, I noticed something else in the picture here. This little black UFO. It's hanging out next to this angel. You can see the angel up there in the cloud. Multiple angels.
Can you see them?
Okay, so there's that image, and this was the first picture of the day. This was the first image on the 27th. And then here's the second image from the same day, and it's still there. So I managed to capture it in two different images, the same object in the sky, in the same place, in two images back to back. Okay, just real quick here, I was taking a picture of this little round rainbow type effect, and as we zoom in, we caught another UFO sitting there. As taking pictures, this is just sitting in the sky. So there's...
Okay, I have so much UFO stuff, I don't even like to look at it anymore. All right, so UFO activity follows me. They follow, watch, and study me everywhere I go. Now where are we going? Oh, we have visitors too. You guys hanging in there? All right. So let's get into this stuff now. Because immediately after, this stuff starts happening
This
too.
is the Wallbot Visual Wall Scanner. It'll help you to distinguish between studs and pipes in your wall. What's going on, Matt, with the handy manual here?
Come on, skip your ass.
Standing up is this vertical stabilizer. Howdy folks, welcome back. There wasn't much activity on the sun to report on today, and that's good because I had a revelation last night, and what I'm about to show you is going to knock your socks off. So, a couple of days ago, I was doing a video on these kind of craft exiting the sun, which looked like it was being towed out from behind the sun or something. And I did a video on that one, and that's this one right here.
Yeah,
and it
this
looked like
craft.
it was this actual model being pulled out from behind the sun. So, I did a stream yesterday, and I was looking for a thumbnail for it, and I couldn't match up any pictures, wouldn't match up. And it wasn't until I started digging deeper into my pictures, and I pulled up this one right here, that I used as a thumbnail on my latest stream. That's when it occurred to me, this thing sitting next to this one, they're the same object. It's the same thing. Whoever made this craft right here is here now. And what I thought was a man standing on the plane before is actually one of the vertical stabilizers that comes out at an angle, kind of like an F-18's vertical stabilizers. They're not straight up and down vertically, they come out at an angle. Well, much like that, so do these ones right here. And what I thought was a man standing up is this vertical stabilizer right here. Okay, so now back to this one. When I was looking at this a long time ago, I was looking at this weird kind of grasshopper type looking head, almost like a snub-nosed dragon with a mouth right here, you know, a blunt shortened nose, 2 eyes, and this would be the head kind of looking this way. Okay, so again, the eyes, the snout, kind of a snub-nosed one with the curls are back around with the mouth here, okay? And I was just kind of baffled at what a weird nose or something like that. Okay, now in this image, this is of a different...
Okay, so you saw this right here, okay? That's the same craft, all right? Now, when we go back to the very beginning of this, I want you to notice the title, okay? Did airplanes exist 1,000 years ago? These are gold trinket artifacts that are 1,000 years old that are replicas of this. Whoops, of this. Sorry, going back. Right there. Okay? This race, these advanced races from the past, from 1,000 years ago, probably even longer, if they can fly 1,000 years ago, this advanced race from the past now follows me, watches me, and studies my every move. Much like you guys. You watch, you've subscribed, which means you follow. You look at these images, you listen to me, that means you're studying. So you're just like these guys. You watch, follow, and study my every move. Okay? What else were we going to? Oh, yeah. Star Wars. What? Star Wars? Well, there's a war on in the heavens, right? Star Wars, war in the stars. Right? So Star Wars actually plays a part in this.
Buy and sell gold, silver, and platinum with cyber metals. Precious
driving, and I couldn't take a picture until I got to this stoplight. So I squeezed off as many pictures as I could at this stoplight, and we're gonna start zooming in, pulling it over a little bit, and maybe some of you.
There's Yoda. Okay. Let me get my pointer. Maybe you guys can see it already, but here's his ear sticking out, his other ear. Here's his eyes. Let me tint this just a tad bit darker for you. Right about there should be good. Okay, he has a little stubby little nose, and he has puffy little cheeks, and he's got a short little chin right here. There's the wrinkled forehead. There's Yoda in the sky. Now, this is probably some advanced race. It could be a race from out there. But what I finally figured out is Yoda dies. He's an ascended master, right? He's a master Jedi. He teaches peace, right? Luke wants to be a great warrior, and he says, wars make not one great. He says, well, I'll try. He says, don't try, do. There is no try. Either you do it or you don't. All right. A lot of the moral code of the Jedi, or just a moral code, Yoda teaches, right? He's an ascended master. So I have ascended masters that watch and follow and study my every move. Okay, you see Yoda right there? Hopefully you can see that.
Now, but there's Yoda in the sky right there. Yes. And this is like one of these pictures that's multi-dimensional too. So if you tilt your head to the right a little bit and make this an eye now, it turns into a gremlin, or one of the little mogwais before he's eaten after midnight. So we had this sitting in the sky. Now, I'm used to seeing angels and dragons and stuff, you know, biblical stuff. So this one caught me off guard. And even though it's, you know, not part of the story or whatever, it's still in the sky, so I gotta bring it to you. And maybe this is an entity, or there's an actual character, Yoda, that lives out there in the universe or something, and this is God showing us this is a different race or something, possibly.
I found out later it's not that's not the case, that Yoda represents an ascended master who's studying you and watching every move you make, Brian.
Pictures are interesting because as you pan in and pull out, different things appear. So I'm going to do a little of both. We'll zoom in a little bit here so you can see Yoda's face. Tilt your head to the right, you can see the little...
Also, just right here is the lion, Simba, a young Simba from the Lion King. So cartoon characters in the sky as well.
Pan back, that face starts to kind of blend in and disappear, and there appears to be another face or something right up here. And if you're seeing other faces in here, they're probably there. And the trick is to like take an eye and match it with another eye, and this becomes a face. Then you take this eye and match it with another eye, and another face appears. So I'm just going to leave that sitting there for a second. I'll pan in and out. And you guys can leave some comments of what you guys see, pointing out stuff that maybe I missed.
All right, we also captured the Death Star.
Before the light turned green, I hear this, over this way. So I turn and I see this little curlicue thing in the sky here, so I pop a couple pictures of this, and as we pan back, you're gonna see this.
It's a destroyed Death Star. Here.
Curvature here is the Death Star, a destroyed Death Star right there. Here's the little radar dish or whatever, the part on the Death Star, and here's the destroyed part and the round back of it. If you can't see it there, I'm going to try something. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try this little pop-up image up here. Kind of helps a little bit. Maybe now you can see the Death Star a little better there.
Nah, it didn't work.
Now you know what to look at as I pull this back, pull away. So we got Yoda in one part of the sky and a Death Star in another part of the sky. So after
All right, so let's move on. Then we get to this next stage where take pictures of the faces in the sky, and then something different happens here. You guys are hanging tough.
Check this out. I was driving home from work a few months ago when I noticed one of my tires was dangerous.
Howdy folks, welcome back. So snapping some pictures of the clouds yesterday, and I noticed something forming in the clouds, what looked like a face over here. And I'm gonna start zooming in on this face because it's a real face. And if you look back behind it here, let's zoom in just a little bit. You'll notice that back behind here, this face is being projected by Jesus's heart right here. You can see it radiating out. Here's Jesus's face. He's pulling open his shirt, exposing his heart. His heart's radiating out this image in the sky. See this face here? And there's a crown right here. Also in the etherical, in black, there's another crown right here. Anyways, I just wanted to show you this picture. Isn't this amazing? And this face, I recognize this face. I know who this is. I know who this face is. I see him every morning in the mirror.
Now,
that's not all. I got another one.
The clouds are making my face in the sky with a crown.
And a few moments later, in this image, I took a picture of the same cloud, but this is at a different angle. I rotated it 90 degrees. And I want you to look right up in here. You can see that there's a face, two eyes, smile, here's the head. And the arms are outstretched, and he's holding a cell phone taking pictures of the sky. This is an image of me taking the pictures of the clouds. So the clouds are now mimicking me taking pictures of them.
Okay, so I want you to stop and think about that for a second.
Pretty crazy. Tilt your
The clouds
head to the right a little bit.
are now mimicking me taking pictures of them. If that happened to you, how would you feel? I mean, wouldn't you feel just a kind of little bit unnerved, a little bit going, what? And it's excruciatingly painful to hold up the camera and take these pictures. I have a shattered shoulder. It's in multiple pieces. They couldn't put it back together, and it just kind of went back how Mother Nature, how God just healed it, all right? So my shoulder is just all shredded, and holding a cell phone up at a 45-degree angle hurts. And most people can only hold their phone up for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe 15 at the most. I got my phone up for like an hour. All right. I'm in excruciating pain. My heart is racing, adrenaline. Shoot, I ran out of adrenaline, the half hour before. So I'm on fumes, and it's excruciatingly painful to take these pictures. And then here they are showing me grimacing in pain, holding the camera up, and the clouds are mimicking my pain that I'm going through to try to capture this stuff for you guys. Okay? So now the clouds are doing my face with a crown and mimicking me. They know I'm taking pictures of them, so they're mimicking me taking pictures of them. Yeah. Another miracle, another hint, another clue. Okay, we're almost done here, and then we'll get to our reading too. So, boom. So now my face is showing up in the clouds with a crown on it. Can we have some cooperation here, please? And this is jammed up. Please, can we just back out of this? Well, we're stuck there for a minute. So yeah, at this point, I'm just going, well, I already know what's happening. All right. And it's just basically try to capture as much as I can without killing myself. Oh, please. This is why you don't ever. I'm so disappointed with these computers. Yeah, just interfere with the show. Hello? Get out of there. I did not click on this shit at all. Who just invites themselves into the computer? Oh, I'm just going to manage your settings in the middle of a show. I hate this stuff, dude. It really bugs me. Get out of there. Go on, kid. The hell do I click on to get this out of here? Is there an X hiding in that? Nope. Get it out of there. Well, sorry about that for the moment. Let's see if maybe we click on something else, if that'll disappear. Yeah, the spiritual realm doesn't like me doing this, so they're probably going to give me a few little headaches here. So why don't you guys just sit tight here. The next image we were going to pull up was what was captured on Easter. Okay, that was going to be the next thing in this series. Jesus, can we have this computer back, please? Thank you. Can we control the mouse again, please? Lord, we're almost there. As soon as we can get this. All right. So, videos, please. Oh, don't you just love modern technology? It's just so wonderful. Click, click. Hello? Anybody home? Used to be when you hit a button, it did something. You know, you turned a knob and the volume actually went up. You know, you had stuff that really worked back then. You weren't relying on an electrical relay switch to relay it to another relay so that relay could decipher the relay and then decide, well, is that what I really want to do or is that what this guy wants to do? Are we getting something, please? All right. In the meantime, don't lose the momentum there. Hold tight. I'm trying to get this back. Oh, Jesus. Can we shut down the interference here and get some cooperation through this device? Can we please? Unbelievable. You know, the frustration I go through. This stupid game. Actually just moronically stupid that we play these games. Come on, give me control of the mouse, please. Unbelievable. Come on, Lord, please help this computer. I don't know what you're spinning a circle for. Please hurry up and finish. All right. Well, you want to be that way? I'll just start reading then. See how you like that. We'll just start reading the word, and then we'll really get some fear of God into you and some cooperation out of this network here. Come on. Been waiting on this for a minute now. Everything was running just fine a minute ago. Now all of a sudden, some hesitation. It's all right. I'll X out of this fucking page. and I will open up another one, and I will continue this show. So play games with me a little bit longer, please. And in the meantime, what I had to share with you tonight is very important, and we need to finish this stuff up first. Bye. X out. Interesting how you can't even X out of the computer. We got the Chinese in my computer trying to play games. Everybody, take notice that you play games with me, you will suffer eternally. So, any day now, you could pull your butt out of your head and just X out of all of this. Wow. Yeah, the frustration things that I have to go through each day is just unbelievable. Oh, Microsoft. Is that you, Billy? Oh, is that you? Get out of my computer. End process. Yep, in a second here, as soon as we can get another page open here. Okay, you guys were so patient waiting this long, and I'm stuck here playing open a tab game with the computer that's just... All right, fine then. Hello? Anything? This is just awesome. I love it when you guys just come and freeze up my show. It will be duly noted during your testimony when we're going over your life review. Yeah, we'll just freeze it up on you. You won't be able to do a thing. Amazing. Won't even open up a page. You're shut off for nothing. Good. Now we're shutting it off. I hope you're fucking happy. We'll turn it back on in a minute here. I really would like to do this reading, and I would really like to do it after we have finished all that hard work that we just started. So we're going to just try to reboot the computer and restart again, because I'm not going to shut off this live stream and do it all over again. Yeah, Lenovo, congratulations. Texas Instruments made a better calculator. You could press a button and 2 plus 2 actually equaled 4. You didn't click on a button and it just kind of went, never mind you. I'm busy loading some other program that just, hey, Microsoft wanted to hop on in there, you know? Oh, Billy's gonna shit when he meets me face to face. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's gonna meet me face to face. And you guys got a little head start. Isn't that cool? And, while we're waiting for this stupid thing to set up here, what we're going to talk about tonight that's really important, and I know it's a scary topic, but it's something that needs to be addressed. Look how we'll get cooperation now when we start addressing the scary topic. And the scary topic really is this image right here, okay? And the bi-hemisphere state of your mind with the potential for evil inside you, having evil and good, knowing both evil and good, but which do you choose? Yes. Which side do you choose? The spiritual war within. Okay, we're going to help with that spiritual war within as soon as we get this loaded back up and an image pulled up. And I think again, thank you for your patience. I don't know who this person is, whoever owned this computer before the thrift store, but come on now. The whole world doesn't need to see that. Meantime, we're waiting for the little spinny thing. So we're going to address your bipolar morphism type spiritual battle that's going on within you. Okay, you are a spiritual being having a human experience. Okay, everybody likes to say, "Oh, you're a spiritual being having or human being having a spiritual experience." Well, depends on how you look at things here now, doesn't it? So in a minute here, we'll get this pulled back up. I want to get this finished off and then do this reading. So many pop-ups. It's like, why bother having a computer to do anything on, because there's so many ads and pop-ups and stuff now these days that it's like, might as well just have a pop-up machine that just pops up a bunch of ads and just doesn't do any, basic functions anymore. Just basically advertising, brainwashing, manipulation tool. And yeah, that's how long it takes for me to open up a Google page on this thing. And we still aren't there. Hello. Just ignore my commands, huh? Yep, that's how I feel every day. Totally invisible, totally ignored. Oh, let's go. Are we going to have some possible cooperation here? That one. Yeah. How about opening a real one? Since none of those will open properly. Oh, this is just so wonderful. So, you have the potential to do evil. We all end up kind of hurting the ones we love because we don't fit their expectations. They had better expectations out of us, and we disappoint them, and then they get their feelings hurt, and then you're feeling guilty because you hurt the one you love. And we got all these spiritual issues going on because you have an internal battle going on inside your head, and there's a war on for your mind. Your mainstream media, your schools, even your churches have all taught you some false doctrine. And we have an entire society with a psychosis, a manipulated, induced psychosis since the day you were born. They taught you how to think and what perspective to look from. Come on now, really? I just rebooted this thing. I can't open a YouTube page? Are you still thinking or what? What's going on in here? All right, we're gonna get there. I am bound and determined, and there's a bigger picture when we connect all these dots, and you're gonna be in for a treat since you waited this whole time. Oh, agonizingly slow. I don't get it. All right, so I have more stuff than I have time to read to you guys. I wanted to get to all this reading stuff because we have so much to go, and I really wanted to get through this part here so we could get to that. Come on, Lord, please. Jesus. Please, can we have some control of this computer? Can we open one YouTube page? Please. What is the... All right, well, hey, maybe we could X out of that whole thing. No, I don't want to restore stuff. I never trusted you guys at restoring anything. Done nothing but dig into my computer. Oh, here, let me restore your whole file system and take a peek at every little thing that you do. Yeah, wonderful little system you got there. How about just opening a page instead of bothering with all the restore stuff? Oh, was that McAfee sneaking in there? Little hacker. Dude's dead, yet he's still hacking people's computers. Amazing. And making money at it, too. These guys are like a bunch of extortionists. We'll hack your computer unless you buy our product. Or we'll just disrupt your show since you're not paying us what we want. We'll just disrupt your show. We'll just clog up your computer with a bunch of useless ads. Meantime, we have serious issues. I'm trying to save souls, lives, your fucking future, you dumbasses. Sorry, I'm getting frustrated because this is just ridiculous. How about a page? How about X out of this? When you click on an X, get out of there. No, they want you to hit accept. Hit accept. They're just so brutal, and they're forcing you to do it this way and get them 4 more clicks. You know, every time you click on something, they get $1. So if they could just put the ad right in the corner where you have to click, they can pop the ad up and get an extra click there. It's just a big, big scam game. Come on. Waiting on your scam game to load up a YouTube page. Wow. Okay, well, I guess we're not doing images tonight. I guess we're not doing a reading tonight. I guess the rest of the world will never find out what happened. It's too bad. It was really important information. It was a real special gift to the entire world. What is going on? I don't get why. Out of there. Why does all this stuff have to be running in the background? You guys are unbelievably patient. You're probably just watching me lose my mind here. It has been such a brutal, savage spiritual warfare day that all the irritants that are possible have come out of the woodwork and managed to just like what is going on? The circle is spinning. I'm waiting for YouTube. How long do you take, YouTube? All right, well. Yeah. stick in there? No. Stick right there. There we go. We'll just stick with that image right there. And you guys could just go ahead and get the hell out of my computer. I would really like to know what the hell is running in the background. Who just waltzes on in here and starts running their own programs. And why I can't open up a Google page because something in the background is just so important. Oh. Okay. Well, there's that image right there. While you're looking at that, I'm going to try to just do some reading in the meantime. I don't understand why we can't get Google to open up a page. Open page. What the hell? All right, well, just start reading, I guess. Totally ruined the whole thread, my whole train. Oh, don't even bother trying now. I don't even want to know. Yeah, because you're just going to play the same fucking games again, so. All right. Nope, I can't even read this part. I can't read that. I can't read any of this until we're done. Absolutely. Okay. Please, Lord, say a special prayer. All right, God, please let YouTube open up a page properly. Please let this page work. Please. Please, Jesus. We're doing important work here. Come on. Okay. There we go. Where's my book light? Where's the book light that I just had? It's gone too. All right. Oh, roll today. Cool. There it is. All right, you guys hung out for this long. I'm just start reading, I guess. It was really important that we covered all that stuff. It was like of the utmost importance. And I don't understand why we can't just get one Google page to open one page of YouTube. What is the problem? Come on. Come on. Open it. I tease you. Ha ha. Thought you were going to open a page, didn't you, Brian? Ah ha ha. Had you going there. You thought you were going to be able to pull up a YouTube page. It's just going to be black anyway, so. Come on. Load up a YouTube page. Agonizingly. Unbelievable. In my profession, I would have been fired if my service was this poor. I don't even know why we pay our cable bill. Can't even get this. I don't want you to restore anything. There was nothing to restore. If we could get this stupid little pop-up out of there, we might be able to get YouTube to open a page. Okay. So since I can't read all of that, let's just turn to something. Nope. Thank you, God, for the adversity. Thank you for the adversity. Thank you for making a shambles out of my show. Thank you for embarrassing me. Thank you for all the headaches that, oh, thanks for just making me look like a jerk. Yeah, I love it. So, we left off with this stuff happening. And you know what? I'm just going to click on this before we even lose it. So, we left off with Jesus making my face in the clouds with a crown on it, and then the clouds mimicking me, taking pictures of them. Oh, never mind. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Mm-hmm. Ad sure pops up fine, doesn't it? But your ad sure pops up fine, doesn't it? Okay, now we are here at this event. So I showed you all the different UFOs and angels, ascended masters, advanced races from the past. All follow, watch, and study my every move. I've shown you demons and Satan attacking me, all right? Now, this is the next stage right here, and this event happened on Easter of 2020, okay? I told you I was showing you my face with a crown in the clouds. Here's my face with a crown in the clouds on Easter.
Really don't feel like reporting on that stuff right now. Actually, I want to go back and revisit an event that happened earlier this year, 2020, around Easter, when I captured what appears to be Jesus in the clouds here. So I need you to tilt your head to the right about 45 degrees, and here's an eye, his other eye, his nose, his mouth, his chin and beard, his hair flowing back like this, and you can make out a crown up here above his head. That crown is hovering over his head. There seems to be almost a little halo around his head too. And once you see that image, then we can zoom in just a little bit tighter. There you go. Okay, and this event happened over a course of about an hour, and I got a lot of pictures of it. See, if we go up above here, you can see all these pictures up from way over here going across, or all of this event, and I'm going to show you more of what happened here. Okay, here I've taken about 7 or 8 of those pictures and put them together in a flip book, and you can see the different images, and that this event, is taking place here because there's more that happens here. Okay, so starting here, we're going to go forward a little bit here through a lot of these images, all the way to right about here, where you can see that this face has changed now. Now we're seeing a more round, like lion type face with a nose right here. Here's an eye coming out here, an eye going that way. Here's its mouth slit, the chin going down here. So this round face right here with a crown still above it. Now, I'm going to go through and show you the flip book where it changes from Jesus to this lion face. Okay, now we're here at this image right here. This is a flip book of about...
Okay, and this is the one that we watch a lot, all right? So it's progressed to this stage now. Now, my face with a crown showing up in the clouds on Easter, turning into that lion face. All right. So now these are all dots. These are all miracles, hints, clues. And now for the final dot that connects them all together so you will see the bigger picture. You go through this channel here, if you seek my face, you'll find there's a thumbnail in here that has my face on it. That one right there.
All right. So I've been struggling with this for a while, how to do this video. So please bear with me here. So first off, I want you to look at my ID here. So you know who I am, I say I am. I want you to take note of the date of birth. March 24th, 1970.
Now, I didn't know about any of this stuff until that angel I showed you means messenger. She said, you need to go investigate your birthday. And I thought, what's it about my birthday? I keep seeing it all over the place.
That's 3 days after spring. Jesus resurrected 3 days after spring.
He rose 3 days later. 3 days later than what? Then what? Well, Jesus is the spring, the well of new life. He's the
real Easter is March 24th. In this famous painting here, this shows the Roman soldier piercing Jesus' heart with a spear. Now, what he didn't know is that the heart is on this side over here. But he stabbed him on the right-hand side. So, and then I'm going to show you another
Sorry, this is
painting
before my tripod.
This. Okay. They didn't have cameras back then. Sorry, it's shaky. Okay. They didn't have cameras back then to take pictures of this, so artists...
I want you to note something. A lot of people depict the wound being down here. It's not. It's way up on the side. Second, third rib. Not second, third from the bottom, from the top.
What they saw. So, for the historical record. So, we've seen these. This one more time. Okay.
All right. Now, these angels, the messengers, told me about my birthday, that I need to go investigate my birthday. And then I discovered that it's 3 days after spring. Then they also told me I need to investigate my birthmark. And I said, what birthmark? I don't have a birthmark. I didn't know I had this birthmark. I remember seeing something when I was a kid, but I didn't know it was a birthmark. So I had no idea I had this birthmark. The angel told me, your birthmark, not everyone, but your birthmark is a mortal wound you suffered in a previous life. It's a spiritual scar on the spirit. So when your spirit inhabits a new fleshly suit, a new meat suit, you will have a you will have a birthmark of, say, if you got shot, you would have a birthmark of what would appear to be a bullet wound. Now, I didn't know about this stuff, and I never believed it, and I went and researched it, and sure enough, you guys might want to go do your own research on birthmarks, because don't just take it from me, go do your own research. So apparently, my birthmark was a mortal wound that I had received in a previous life. Okay? So now, I'm going to show you this birthmark I have.
Psychics have learned that a mortal wound suffered on your body in a previous life comes back on your next body as a birthmark. And this is the birthmark that I have on the side of my chest.
Look like a stab wound?
Show you a different image here too. There it is again. Okay, on camera.
See, I never saw that. It's in my armpit way in the back. I never saw this on my side of my chest before.
See? Okay.
Angels told me about this.
Here it is again.
There's faces in
Just
it
to
too.
prove that this is me. And over here.
Hey,
Hi. Okay, there we go.
here, let's just fast forward to the part where we can see it, because that didn't work too well until we get the camera turned around.
There it is. See?
Okay. Also in this birthmark are faces. Get the wavy lines out of there and tone it down a little bit. Whoops, not black. All right. In these freckle patterns are faces. All right. Right here, there's two eyes, a nose, a pointy chin with horns. Right here, bushy haired guy with a bushy beard, long hair, Jesus. Over here, two eyes, the nose, mouth, the face in white in a different realm. God, Jesus, the devil, all three in one. That's the mark of God. That's the birthmark I have on the side of my chest. And it has faces in it.
All right. So I showed you Mary and angels in my garage. I showed you demons and Satan in my garage. Showing you the Nemesis system of Nibiru. Showing you all this evidence. Now I'm showing you the mark. Now, I'm a humble man. I don't like to go around proclaiming stuff like this. So I'm going to leave it up to you. Make your decision. But I feel that it's time that the world knows what's going on and who I am. So you're seeing with your own eyes here the evidence that I have. And this has been hard for me to do this video. I've been struggling with it for a while, how to do this and what I'm going to say. So please understand and just bear with me. I'm just a regular man, but some strange stuff been going on in my life.
That you guys just witnessed. That you guys just witnessed all the strange stuff that's going on in my life that happened to me that nobody believes. Okay? So, now that you know, we're going to do our reading tonight. And hopefully it will have a much deeper, much more profound effect on you tonight than on other nights. Okay? So bear with me. You guys were patient this whole time, and it's going to pay off. Okay? Give me my favorites, please, Lord. We're going to pull up some images, and we're going to do the reading. Come on. Okay? My face in the clouds with a crown on it on Easter because of who I am. All right? All this stuff is happening to me because of who I am. All right? I got demons and Satan attacking me because of who I am. I got UFOs and angels that surround me and follow me and watch my every move because of who I am. I got advanced races from the past that study my every move because of who I am. I got ascended masters that watch and follow and study my every move because of who I am. Okay? I want you to think about that. What you just witnessed. What we just talked about. An ordeal with all the computer that we just went through too. Right? I made it through to this point right now. Okay? You're on this. We're at this point now. All right? So take a few deep breaths. And I need to too, because that was rough. For me, because I can't stand it. Interruptions and something so important. Okay? That's why I get upset sometimes, because this is just so important. And I don't want you guys being cheated out of what you deserve. Okay, now that we're all kind of softly, I announce my presence. Shimmering hues of radiance tap gently at your consciousness, seeking entrance. Okay? Shimmering hues of radiance tap gently at your consciousness. Am I tapping gently at your consciousness yet? Okay, good. Though I have all the power in heaven and on earth, I am infinitely tender with you. The weaker you are, the more gentle I approach you. Let your weakness be the door to my presence. Whenever you feel inadequate, remember that I am your ever-present help. Hope in me, and you will be protected from depression and self-pity. Okay? It's important that your hope in me protects you from depression and self-pity. Self-pity being a really big problem these days. It's the self-pity. Everybody falls into this slippery hole, this slippery pit of self-pity, and slides right down into depression. So, to protect yourself from that, put your hope in me. Now, your hope is like a golden cord that connects you to heaven. The more you cling to this cord of hope, the more I bear the weight of your burdens, thus lightening your load. Heaviness is not of my kingdom, so cling to hope, and my rays of light will reach you through the darkness. I am with you and for you. So when you decide on a course of action that is in line with my will, nothing in heaven or earth can stop you. You may encounter many obstacles as you move towards your goal, like we just did. You move through many obstacles to get to this goal. And don't be discouraged. So, nothing in heaven or on earth can stop you now. You might encounter some obstacles as you move towards your goal, but don't be discouraged and never give up. With my help, you can overcome any obstacle. Do not expect an easy path as you journey hand in hand with me, but do remember that I, your very present helper, am omnipotent. Much stress results from your wanting to make things happen before their time has come. Much like we were just doing there. I was trying to rush this and the time hadn't come. So, much of the stress results, just like I had there, was a result from wanting me. I wanted things to happen my way, in my time, and it wasn't happening. And that's where I got the stress, right? One of the main ways I assert my sovereignty is in the timing of events. If you want to stay close to me and do things my way, ask me to show you the path forward moment by moment. Instead of dashing headlong towards your goal, let me set the pace. Slow down and enjoy the journey in my presence. Now, every time you affirm your trust in me, it's like you put a coin into your treasury. Okay? So every time you affirm your trust in me, you put a coin into my treasury. Thus, you build up equity in preparation for days of trouble. Okay? So when you're trusting me, you're building up this account of trust. You have so much trust built up in this account, so much equity of trust that you're prepared for days of trouble. Okay? I keep safely in my heart all trust invested in me with interest compounded continuously. Interest compounded continuously. Have you guys experienced some of that in your life already? Some of this interest already kind of compounding continually? The more you trust me, the more I empower you to do so. So practice trusting me during quiet days when nothing much seems to be happening. And then when storms come, your trust balance will be sufficient to see you through. Store up for yourself treasure in heaven through placing your trust in me. This practice will keep you in my peace. Is that the other one? Trust me by relinquishing control into my hands. Let go and recognize that I am God. This is my world. I made it and I control it. Yours is a responsive part in the litany of love. I search among my children for receptivity to me. Again, I search among my children for receptivity to me. Guard well this gift I have planted in your heart and nurture it with the light of my presence. Okay? So when you bring me prayer requests, lay out your concerns and then speak to me candidly. Pour out your heart, all right? Right there when I was kind of cussing there and getting frustrated with the computer, well, that's me voicing my frustrations. I'm pouring out my heart. I was speaking candidly. And then we finally got results here. So thank you, Lord, for finally, after all that, we finally got the images up. So once you speak to me candidly and pour out your heart, then thank me for the answers that I have set into motion long before you can discern the results. When your requests come to mind again, continue to thank me for the answers that are on the way. Sometimes the answers are on the way. You just haven't gotten them yet. So if you continue to just thank me, even when they're on the way, you'll feel better, okay? So if you keep on stating your concerns to me, you will live in a state... If you keep on stating your concerns to me, you will live in a state of tension. When you thank me for how I am answering your prayers, your mindset becomes much more positive. Okay, so it's a little weird. It sounds awkward, but if you keep on stating your concerns to me, just stating concerns, you will live in a state of tension. But it's when you thank me for how the situation is, and you thank me for answering your prayers, that's when your mindset becomes much more positive. Before, when that stuff would have happened, I would have shattered the screen into a bunch of glass live on YouTube and made an ass out of myself. And not had a computer to do a show tomorrow, all because of one little moment of frustration. That's when it's most important. And sometimes we slip and a cuss word comes out and you're speaking candidly. And when you bring me prayer requests, lay out your concerns, but speak to me candidly. It's not the thou art, thou, thee, thy. Dude, I'm a person. Talk to me like a person, like you're talking to your best friend. Do you talk to your best friend and say, "Thou art looking good today? Didst thou buy newest shoes?" Or, no. Speak candidly, frankly, boldly, too. Boldly. You don't have to be timid in your confessions. Tell me boldly. The more bold you do it, the better it is for you. It's relieving your stress. Yeah. We want your mindset to become much more positive. Thankful prayers keep your focus on my presence and on my promises, too. Okay, don't forget about my promises. Sometimes we're so wrapped up in my presence that you forget about all the promises that are still to come. So, let me prepare you for each day that stretches out before you. I know exactly what this day will contain, whereas you have only vague ideas about it. You would like to see a map showing all the twists and turns of your journey. You'd feel more prepared if you could somehow visualize what is on the road ahead. However, there is a better way to be prepared for whatever you will encounter, and that's by spending quality time with me. Okay? You would like to see a map showing all the twists and turns of your journey. We just kind of did see a little map, didn't we? The connecting of the dots there. That was kind of, you would like to see a map? Well, I just showed you a dot to dot showing all the twists and turns of your journey. Now you understand you're on a spiritual journey. You see your twists and turns. They're more obvious now. They're spiritual battles that you're overcoming. So, right there, that phrase, you would like to see a map showing all the twists and turns of your journey. Well, I just showed you the map. You'd feel more prepared if you could somehow visualize what's on the road ahead. Well, now you got a visualization of what's on the road ahead, don't you? However, there is a better way to be prepared for what you will encounter each day, and that's by spending the quality time with me. I will not show you what is on the road ahead, but I will thoroughly equip you for the journey. So I don't show you on YouTube what you're going to be doing in the shower tomorrow morning or what you're, going to be wearing, but I do equip you for the journey. This is equipping you for the journey. Okay? My living presence, that's because I'm alive. My living presence is your companion each step of the way. So stay in continual communication with me, whispering my name whenever you need to redirect your thoughts. And thus, you can walk through each day with your focus on me. My abiding presence is the best roadmap available. That goes into this now. Hang on. Where we pick up here? Okay, so this is where we get into other stuff now. So it is possible for my followers to be joyful and afraid at the same time. Say what? That's kind of sounds impossible. It is possible for my followers to be joyful and afraid at the same time. Okay, so let me give an example here. When the angel told the woman at the tomb that I had risen from the dead, she was afraid yet filled with joy, wasn't she? She had realized she was in shock. It was like a shock and joy. So it is possible to be afraid yet filled with joy. So do not let fear keep you from experiencing the joy of my presence. Okay? So you can be afraid and joyful at the same time, but do not let fear keep you from experiencing the joy. Okay? It's not a luxury reserved for times when your problems and the crises of the world seem under control. My loving presence is yours to enjoy today, tomorrow, the day after that, next week, next month, forever, from here on out. My presence, my loving presence, is yours. It's yours to enjoy. So don't give in to joyless living by letting worries about the present or the future weigh you down. I repeat, do not give in to joyless living by watching the news and letting all this future stuff weigh you down. Instead, remember that neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate you from my love. Okay? Nothing is going to be able to separate you from my love. You are stuck with me. Talk with me about your fears. Express your thoughts and feelings. Express them freely, candidly. Then relax in my presence and entrust all your concerns to me. Then ask me to bless you with my joy, which no one can take from you. No one can take this image out of your brain and my voice out of your head. They cannot. So, no matter what, nothing in all creation will be able to separate you from my love, and my joy is something that no one can take from you. What was the backside? Yeah, the backside. Okay, so the more often you turn your thoughts to me, the more you will enjoy this perfect peace. Okay, this is a challenging goal. The more you will enjoy my perfect peace, the more often you turn your thoughts to me. It's a challenging goal, but it's also a glorious gift. Okay, it's a glorious gift. That's the glorious gift right there. Is turn your thoughts to me. The more you do, the more you enjoy perfect peace. Okay, it sounds easy, but it's a challenging goal. It's a glorious gift. I, the shepherd of your soul, am always accessible to you. You can train your mind to turn from other things and focus on me. When you experience something beautiful, thank me for it. When a loved one brings you joy, remember that I am the source of that pleasure. Post little reminders of my presence in your home or in your car or in your office. Just little reminders. Sometimes, middle of your stress, you're not going to think about me, but you'll turn and see a reminder that'll pop you out of it, okay? So it's important to have little reminders around. They're not idols. You don't worship them. They're reminders, okay? So you're allowed to post little reminders of my presence in your home or in your car or in your office if you're brave enough. It's also wise to memorize scripture, okay? And sometimes these scripture in your head will help, clear your mind as well. So it's also wise to memorize scripture since it's about me. Turning your thoughts to me demonstrates your trust in me. Even undesired things, such as pain and problems, can be reminders to communicate with me. What are reminders to communicate with me? Pain and problems are reminders to communicate with me. That's why I was saying, Lord, please, can we have control of this? Jesus, can we have control of this? Please help YouTube, Jesus. I'm praying to the Lord for helping the problems, okay? Turning your thoughts to me demonstrates your trust to me. Even undesired things such as pain and problems are reminders. Focusing on my presence protects you from getting stuck on problems, and then it also keeps you from going over and over them in your mind without making any progress, because we have a bad habit of doing that. We will pick out a problem and we will go over it and over it and over it and rehash it, dissect it, pull it apart, find out what we want to say about it to the other person, blah, 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 going over and over and over in your mind without making any progress. What the hell is that about? You got to stop doing that. You're just making no progress and you're creating more stress on yourself. It's important to be creative in finding new ways to turn your thoughts towards me. Thus, you can enjoy the wondrous gift of my peace. So, part of this challenging goal is finding new ways to turn your thoughts to me, new reminders, new perspectives that, you know, when you see someone in the store, we would think, hey, a different way. You're going to find you need to be creative in finding new ways to remind you that I'm here. Okay. You guys here at this channel are probably getting pretty good at this art now, these reminders. It's other people who aren't well versed at this that need to know how it works. I had that attached to this part too. How does that hook up with this? Oh, I see. Okay. So let me just repeat real quick. Be creative in finding new ways to turn your thoughts towards me. In me, you can discover joy that's inexpressible and full of glory. You will not find this kind of pleasure anywhere else. It is available only in your relationship with me. It's only available here at this channel with your relationship with me. Okay? A lot of people are finding it through scripture. That's another way. Okay? But here, you can find it here with me here at this channel. Okay. How do I connect that? You will not find this kind of pleasure anywhere else. It is available only in your relationship with me. It's your relationship with me. So, trust me and walk confidently along your life path. And as we journey together, you will encounter many obstacles, some of which are quite painful. But expect these difficulties each day and don't let them throw you off course. Okay? Don't let them smash the computer and make an ass of yourself on YouTube, Brian. Okay? So, that's how we overcome those obstacles. Expect difficulties every day. We're in the salvage business, right? So, you're going to have a difficulty throughout the day. How well are you going to salvage the rest of the day? Okay, we are in the salvage industry. I had to say that several times today to myself. Okay, and it helped. All right, hopefully some of you guys will practice that too when you're getting frustrated. Oh, remember, I'm in the salvage industry. How am I going to turn this day around and make it positive? Or how am I going to turn somebody else's day around and make their day positive? Okay. I need to attach again with this one. So, your obstacles, your adversities, some of them are quite painful. Okay. But refuse. I say again, refuse to let adversity keep you from enjoying me. Okay, so you went through the adversity of all the rebooting of the show, and you refuse to let that keep you from enjoying me. You guys stuck around. You did it. You made it through. Good job. In my presence is deep sorrow, and in my presence, deep sorrow can coexist with even deeper joy. Sounds weird, but in my presence, when you're hanging out with me in this show, listening, looking, deep sorrow that you have, it still can coexist with even deeper joy. can't it? You're having deeper joy right now, and you still have some kind of deep sorrow. So they can coexist. But your life with me is an adventure, and there are always some dangers involved. Okay? There's always dangers involved in adventurous journeys, or else it wouldn't be adventurous. It would be boring. You wouldn't even live. You would have a boring ass life. Pardon my French there, but trying to keep it real too. Now, your life with me is an adventure, and there's always dangers in adventures, right? So, ask me to give you courage so you can face your dangers boldly. Your troubles, your dangers, your difficulties, all of them. You can face them boldly. Just ask me to give you courage. And when you look at these images and you hear my voice now, you are already growing some kind of inner courage, and you don't even know yet. Some of you can feel it coming on, some inner courage now that you know who you are, what your identity is, that you are a child of God. You're a divine entity. I wanted you guys also to know, again, let me repeat this. Ask me to give you courage so you can face your problems. Keep your hope fully fastened on me and on the heavenly reward that awaits you. Okay? I was having a rough day today. I remember we got a heavenly reward that awaits you still. This isn't all for nothing. There is a payoff. You will hit the lottery. Okay? The spiritual lottery. Keep your hope fastened on me. Your joy will expand astronomically beyond anything you could possibly imagine when you reach your eternal home, heaven. There you will see me face to face, and your joy will know no bounds. Okay? You already hear my voice. You already see my face in the clouds. You've seen my face in the video. I mean, sometimes I reverse the camera, but that's only through a camera. We're going to be standing next to each other, hugging. I'm going to give you a big, fat, warm hug that will feel so comforting. And you will see my face. You'll recognize me. You'll go, yes, that's Brian. I recognize his face. Then you will see me face to face. And imagine what that's going to feel like. Your heart is going to sing. I'm going to open up my arms and you're going to run towards me. I'm going to give you a big old hug. And your joy will know no bounds. No bounds. There you will see me face to face, and your joy will know no boundaries. Okay, and I'm going to close with this right here. Okay, your love will know no boundaries because I am your treasure. And sometimes when you feel frazzled, you're pulled this way and that way by people and circumstances around you, your yearning for me and your deep connection drives you into more and more activity. Even when your body is still, your mind tends to race, anticipating future problems and searching for solutions. You need to remember that all the treasure of wisdom and knowledge are hidden in me. Remind yourself of this glorious truth. Okay? It's that trick of reminding yourself when you're having problems. It's that reminding yourself of this glorious truth. So, try practicing that. Remind yourself of this glorious truth frequently by whispering or saying, Jesus, you are my treasure, and in you I am complete. See? I completed your faith. In me, you're complete now, aren't you? You have courage. You have patience and tolerance. You have wisdom and understanding now, don't you? All the treasure of wisdom and knowledge are hidden in me. Remind yourself of that glorious gift. Whisper, Jesus, you are my treasure, and in you I am complete. When you say that to your own head, when you repeat that to your own mind, that reestablishes better connections in your brain, and you start thinking through a better filter. Okay, you're using a new filter of thinking. You're thinking through a new filter now. Okay, remind yourself. Whisper, you are my treasure. In you, I am complete. That reassures to your own mind, I am complete. You, all right, sorry, kind of lost you there for a second. Let me repeat this. This is most important too. When you prize me above everything else, making me your first love, you are protected from feeling fragmented. So, feeling fragmented lately? That news got you down? All the activity going on around the world getting a little scary and a little depressing, right? So, when that happens, you're feeling fragmented. What protects you from feeling fragmented? Well, when you prize me above all else and you make me your first love, that's what protects you from feeling fragmented. So whenever you find your thoughts straying, you can train your mind. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to train your mind. To train your mind to return to the one who completes you. Okay? The one who completes you. Whenever you find your thoughts straying, turn your mind to and return to the one who completes you. Doing that gives focus to your life and helps you stay close to me. Because living near me and enjoying my presence involves seeking to obey my commands. I am telling you this so that my joy may be in you and that your joy may be complete. Okay? I want your joy to be complete. So, I am telling you this so that my joy may be in you and that your joy may be complete. Okay, that's it for tonight. That was a long show. You guys stuck it out for a long time. There's a bunch of troopers here. I'm telling you this. My joy may be in you and that your joy may be complete. I complete your joy. I complete your faith. I'm the author and the finisher. The completer. All right. So we made it to the end. Beautiful, beautiful session. Hopefully most of you saw the bigger picture. You connected the dots. You witnessed multiple miracles tonight. Now that you know how to view through the proper perspective, how to see a miracle. Okay, so we've seen a lot of miracles. We've learned a lot of lessons tonight, and I thank you for your patience, your time, and your love and acceptance. And boy, just a lot that goes along with this, isn't there? Just everything that goes along with this, all the wonderful little blessings and peace. Okay, so that's it for tonight. I love you all. I miss you all. And until my next show, I will be back. I am already back. Can't you tell? You should be able to tell. Should be able to see my face and hear my voice. See my sheep recognize my voice. Until my next show, I will be back. I am already back and I am soon to come.